Well, hello guys. Happy 64th day. Oh my god, it's arrived. Everyone was waiting for this day more than any other, and I'm here to deliver. Welcome guys. There's a few things that I'm changing up, so bear with me. First things first, let me drop the audio slightly. Oh, also, hopefully the stream delay is fixed. TBD. Things also might look slightly different for you guys on the screen because I've stacked on the, what do you call it? My Elgato teleprompter on in front of my camera. So I don't know if the view is going to be a little bit darker than usual. It seems a little bit darker on my side. But anyways, bear with me. Welcome guys. Also, let me just catch up on the chat. Hello. Awesome people. L thing, you said Contuan. Hold on a second. Let me start from the beginning here. L, you said hello from international waters. Yobel, have you shot a bustard yet? Ooh. Well, firstly, thank you for being the first one to be in the chat. So as usual, let me make sure I award you properly for that beautiful behavior of yours. A buzzard. I mean, is a buzzard another word for vulture? In which case, yes, I have. If a buzzard is a buzzard and how dare I compare it to a vulture, then in that case, no, I have not. I think the biggest one I've done was in Colombia. Is it called the condor? I went to photograph the condor. It wasn't like the best photo I've ever taken, but it was quite nice to be able to see it fly in the sky because it is one of the biggest. It's one of the biggest birds out there in the world. So, okay, what am I trying to do? I'm trying to award L some points, so bear with me as I find your name. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, I apologize guys because I know I have to catch up on the chat, but let me just award L thing. What is it, 300 pp? So now you're at 4,000 points. Thank you very much. Okay, all right, let's catch up on the chat here real quick. So I think that's what I've heard. Sounds like a bot. Love your content. Joining next stream with friends. Add me on Discord, and then they provide that thing. Hopefully the thing was removed. I'm not sure. Contoine var lavet idag. The account was made today. Yeah. How is you? What's up, low base? Hello, LB. I never thought to call you that. Actually, that makes a lot of sense. Or I guess LBG, right? So you'll be like LBJ, but we'll call you LBG. Hello. We are doing well. L asks, should I bring a camera to an amusement park that's supposed to rain the whole day? Hells yeah, you should. There's nothing more exciting for me than to shoot in the rain. Obviously, you got to make sure your camera is durable and nothing wonky is going to happen. But capturing shots in the rain, it just looks fantastic. It's very cinematic. If you shoot after the rain, then obviously there's no dust in the air. Everything just feels richer and more vibrant. So absolutely, you should. Also, LB, did you hear Canon filed a patent for an 180 3.5 RF macro and a 300 f411? Yo, that sounds intense. Seems a bit much for a 1-to-1 macro lens, says LB. I want to write everything, but the question is if I should bring the camera on the side. Oh, okay. Listen, in that case, you should just go out there and enjoy. So sometimes it is nice to flip off the switch of being a photographer and just like go out there and like, you know, be yourself, enjoy the rides. You know, it's a little tough to do both at once. It'll take away from the moment. If it were me, I would, but my cameras are weather sealed and I have rain covers. Gotcha. Bustards are large flying birds out of Africa and Southwest Asia. Yeah, no, I've heard of bustards, but in my mind, I always just kind of mix them up with vultures. So yeah, if they're their own thing, I don't think I've shot it before. Or maybe in passing, I have shot some big ass vultures. I just assumed always that they were vultures. Okay. Unlike LBJ, I was never president of the US. I don't think they allow strippers to be presidents. Actually, you know what? Maybe the bar has been lowered, so you might stand a chance. L thing, my only weather-sealed lens is my 120 to 300, which is 3 kgs. Yeah, that's the other thing. If you bring these camera gears, one, obviously got to be always be mindful that someone won't steal your shit. But then also, yeah, it's heavy stuff to carry around. And like, yeah, it's just much. You know, if you're going there for yourself, go there for yourself. And if you're someone who likes rides and that's why you're going there, then yeah, don't bring the camera. If you're like me, where I'm like, you know, I'm indifferent to roller coaster rides, then I would bring my camera because I would kind of go there to people watch or like just try to find some, you know, creative shots. But yeah, especially in the rain. Bustards is a group just like Eagles and Swans. Gotcha, gotcha. I would totally vote for a stripper president who understands economics better than them. Yo, I never thought of it that way. Holy shit. Yeah, that's a good point, you know? Is it a good point? I don't know. But yeah, exactly. Who is the pimp? Yeah, in that equation. That would be like Congress or something, right? Okay, anyways, welcome guys to day 64. So we're going to have a good day for sure. I didn't stream yesterday. Listen, there's a few things. I was like ready to just go off on stream today about my current issue when it comes to like editing or finding an editor. I've decided I should probably be more professional. And yeah, so anyways, I'm still dealing with working with the editor on our product review video. Progress has been made, but a little bit slower than expected, but I think we have corrected the course of the ship, if you will. So yeah, we'll see what comes of it by tonight. But yeah, anyways, so there's a lot of things. So yesterday I couldn't stream. I could have, but I decided I need to take some time off and just like take care of shit. Yeah, so that is what happened. Today, though, we will be doing a normal stream, okay? We're going to be editing. We were getting through a lot of the color grading for all of the chimp shots that I have. Oh, and also, in sadder news, but, you know, because I just mentioned chimps, I think it was all in the news yesterday, but yeah, R.I.P. to Jane Goodall. Is it Goodall? Goodall. Goodall. Jane Goodall, apparently she lived to 91. What a boss. As far as, like, you know, I guess she would fall under celebrity, right? Because she's met like she's met former presidents. She's like, you know, she knows everybody, right? But as far as celebrities go, I feel like she was one of the few that, you know, not always in the limelight for sure. I mean, she was in a very niche area around like conservation and her work with chimpanzees and primates. But seemingly someone that has no controversies around them. Only seems like they are a positive person. Clearly their whole life was this mission to you know better understand the world, nature, find balance, find ways to conserve the beauty in nature. So anyways, sad to hear obviously of her passing, but yeah, and like not to say I know everything about her. I barely know much about her, but given my current trajectory and what I've been doing in the past, let's call it a year, yeah, like in the past year and a half, 2 years, I really started taking a fascination to primates, right? You can see it in my Instagram feed, you can see it in my YouTube channel, clearly, and I've said it so many times, like Uganda is my favorite country that I've ever traveled to, and a lot of it is because of the wildlife. It's because of its nature, the people, and everything, but I've become fascinated by gorillas, the monkeys there, but then the chimpanzees became like this out of left field. I didn't even know about the world of chimpanzees or anything. And then after my first time doing a chimpanzee trek, it completely rewired my brain to be like, yo, what is this fascinating creature? And why the hell have I not discovered them earlier in terms of like going to photograph them and stuff? So that first time shooting chimps in the wild was like so wild. And it quickly became something I wanted to take people to experience as well. And so I have done a number of tours now with clients, taking them into Uganda and doing these chimpanzee treks. And they are, they're fascinating creatures. So throughout this, I've obviously then heard of the name Jane Goodall more often. And then it's very clear that if it wasn't for her, the experiences that I had, that I got to partake in, may not have been a possibility, just because that's how, you know, crucial she was to the awareness, to the discoveries, to like preservation and all of the things around the work with chimpanzees. So yeah, so then in that sense, I've gotten to know her a bit more, and to the point where, yeah, when I made my recent documentary film, I did, you know, I did start off the video with a quote from Jane Goodall, just because I felt it was poignant about balance and conservation and stuff. So anyways, long-winded thing, but yeah, that was sad news, but RIP to a legend. Okay, so I see everyone is already gambling. And, oh, you know what? Let me just start from here. Renee, Detour, Wandern und Meer. Hello, everyone, you say. Renee, hello back at you. I'm trying to think. I feel like I've seen you in the chat before. So if you're new, well, firstly, thank you for being here. But I thought I've seen a Renee in the chat. And I apologize if I don't remember the details of our conversation before. But thank you very much for being in the chat and for watching. And yeah, I see everyone is losing their points, gambling away. Good on you. Look, you earn and then you burn. My cats are going crazy behind me. Oh yeah, let's double check, make sure everything is working properly. Where is my cat cam? All right, the camera is not pointed in the right direction. Hold on. Oh, but my cat is there. What are you doing, Kimbap? All right, let's point it back over here. And of course, my cats have not shown up to work. It is what it is, but you know, you do what you can. I would totally vote for a stripper president. Who understands that? Oh yeah, sorry, I read that. Someone bought something off me on eBay. Yo, nice, congrats to you, El. Man, I need to be more like you. I need to market myself and sell things. I do sell my presets on my website, and someone did purchase it the other day. So shout out to whoever that was. Thank you very much. It's good, what do you call it? Not pocket change, but passive income that we want to continue building. Okay, day tour on Twitch. Yeah, okay, that's what it was. Yes, day tour. It's just seeing it spelled differently, it confused me. But yes, okay, welcome, day tour. Guten Abend. Guten Abend. Was that the word? I don't remember. Okay, so let's go ahead and pop open DaVinci. And should I open up Lightroom? Yes, I should, because I do need to freaking work on my Japan photos. That is the other trip that I'm trying to organize, and I've just been so slow. Abend is evening? Yes, but I did remember it, so that's good. Yes, it is technically evening my time, 6 p.m. I just made the cut, so up yours, LB. I'm just kidding. Jeremy, what's up? Good morning from Wisconsin. Hello, Jeremy. Good to see you back here. You know what? I didn't realize you're from Wisconsin, but sounds great. What's the weather like in Wisconsin right now? Wait, it's October. So Wisconsin, oh my God, my geography is so bad. I went to school in Illinois, and is that close to Wisconsin, or am I just starting to show myself how ignorant I am? Either way, I was thinking like, oh, the summers in Chicago were okay. Some people love them. I prefer the cold. So I was actually I was the outlier that loves the winters in Chicago. So Elting, I don't think there is an exclamation mark help. Should I create that? Is that a thing? Okay. Oh yeah. So the other thing I was mentioning is I've attached the teleprompter to my camera. So I don't know if it means from your guys' side if everything feels a shade darker. There's a chance that it is. And if it is, then I'll see if I can fix it later. But I wanted to see if the teleprompter works, because it does technically operate as a secondary screen. So I'm just trying to see. Can I bring the chat over there? Because then that would be super cool. Let's see. Let's bring the chat. Can I bring it here? No. All I did is make it disappear. Damn it. All right, give me a second, guys. We're going to figure this shit out. Where did I make my chat disappear to? Oh, Christ. Did it just did the teleprompter just digitally eat my Chrome browser? Not possible. There you are. Okay. Okay, how do I get rid of this thing then? God dang it. I should probably do these things off stream before I get started, but you know, sometimes you just kind of do your thing. Okay, what did I just do? Uh-oh. Damn it, I think I just turned it off. Okay, we're gonna reopen. It's called display link, okay? Jeremy said, oh wait, sorry, L thing, color grade on your teleprompter, Jesus. And you know, you guys wouldn't like that either, because you know what that means. It would just mean like I'm staring with a dumb look on my face directly at you guys the whole time, right? And that's got to be annoying. Jeremy said the teleprompter used as a monitor is awesome. I used to do that on streams. It was nice for Zooms to be able to see faces directly. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I've never used this. Again, I should have troubleshooted this prior to starting the stream. But today was a little bit of a wonky day. You know, you just kind of wing it. I think I need to restart it. Please allow your display link device to connect to this Mac. Okay, I think I did that. But it's not showing up. So let me unplug it. Unplug and replug. You know what? We used to joke back when I was in corporate, but it's like a running joke for everyone, right? It's like anytime you have technical issues and you go to the IT to be like, hey, my MacBook or my laptop's not working anymore, the common solution was always like, have you tried turning it off and turning it back on? It's like, yeah. And you laugh it off, but then it actually does solve like 70% of tech issues. Let's see if it does it for me here. Jeremy said you just need to use a display that allows for a flip and invert of the screen at the same time. Okay. My issue is a little bit more rudimentary than that. I just need to not be an idiot. So, you know, is that possible? We'll see. Currently sharing, yes. Elgato. Oh, wait, okay. Is it this button here? Sorry, you guys can't see what I'm doing. I'm just struggling. Oh, I got it. I got it. This whole time, apparently all I need to do was click a toggle to turn it on. Huh, who would have thought? So, all right. Freak of nature. Use Apple Watch to unlock on login screen. Allow F-Lux to warm colors at night. Launch automatically after login. Okay, I don't care about any of these things. Please click allow to ensure the device is working properly. Okay, so now I see the device, but it's on teleprompter mode. So I don't know how to minimize the freaking teleprompter so I can see like a screen. What if I do this? There we go. Wow, I'm a genius. I'm a legend. Okay. And then maybe, sorry guys, this must be so fun to watch me do stuff that you guys have no idea what I'm doing. I'm just trying to bring now my OBS into the teleprompter. And double click there. Okay. Okay. This doesn't look half bad. Yes, Kimbap. Why are you meowing? 13. Okay, I think we got it. Thanks for your patience, guys. I think I've improved how I'll be streaming going forward, is the hope. It's not a guarantee though, but it's a hope. All right. Jeremy, you said otherwise the text is upside down and inverted horizontally. An OC or Field World monitor works great to see it as a monitor. Okay. Well, I don't know. For me right now, it's seeming to work fine. This Elgato teleprompter is pretty impressive. So the only issue I was thinking was that maybe the screen looks a little dark for you guys because it's, you know, it's got this overlay. But as long as you're not complaining, I'm not complaining. All right. And then let's bring my Twitch chat over here. Okay, we're just moving things around. You said I might complain a little bit later, but I'm good now. Hells yeah. Listen, it's all about complaining at the right time, you know? So, reserve for the right moments. Okay. So, here's where we are. Like I said, we have finished our product review, at least from my side. So, you know what we'll do is let me go ahead and show you guys the progress that we did up to date. I am kind of proud of this. I will say there's a few things I probably could do to keep improving it, but it's in a good spot, at least for the key areas. So let's go ahead and play this for you guys. The Nikon ZR review. Okay. Here we go. I have to admit something. I'm not a pro cinematographer. I'm a wildlife and travel enthusiast who got into photography, started making short form video reels, moved into YouTube for vlogging, and now I'm fumbling my way towards understanding the world of cinematic storytelling. But I think that's exactly why Nikon invited me to test out their new Nikon ZR before launch, to see if a camera at this price point with pro cinema features can help a self-taught creator like myself create work that actually feels cinematic. So if you're like me, an aspiring filmmaker and solo run and gun traveler, the Nikon ZR and this review are for you. Everything you just watched. So yeah, everything you just watched, something, 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 but at least that part is done. And so it is now in the hands of the editing gods to hopefully salvage, you know, hearing my voice for 12 minutes long and make it punchy and exciting. Jeremy said, I mean, seriously, you are humble. I am not a real filmmaker. Oh, okay. Okay. Let me read this again. I mean, seriously, you are humble. I am not a real filmmaker, as you edit together an inspiring and authentic sequence in short film. Yo, thank you very much. That means a lot to hear you say that. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's like as in I'm trying to say something without making it seem one way or the other, like on the humility spectrum. But no, I mean it like objectively, I'm not a real filmmaker in the sense of like, we're kind of like fumbling in the dark doing things, and we might do things correctly but not knowing why it was correct, right? And so like I don't have any of the proper fundamentals, or I'm not saying any, I don't have all of the proper fundamentals required to like really say that you are a professional filmmaker, right? So I think what I should have said is more like I'm an amateur filmmaker. That's it, through and through. So maybe using the word I'm not a real filmmaker, yeah, maybe that's a bit much. But yeah, like I genuinely do feel like I'm somewhere in the amateur to aspiring professional filmmaker, but we are still leagues away from being able to feel confident being like, oh yeah, I'm a professional at this. So we're going to get there, right? We're definitely on that journey, and I see no reason why we won't achieve it. But yeah, we won't slap that label on us just yet. But I appreciate you saying it. It's very motivational, right? It's encouraging is what I mean, that I'm hopefully doing the right thing here. And then the thing is like, yo, okay, actually, I feel like doing short films is super tough. But obviously like, wait, is it obvious? I was going to say, if you do like longer films, that must be more difficult. But in some ways, maybe doing a short film is more challenging because you have to compress, you know, more and less. I don't know. Or it's just a different craft, I guess. I would like to be able to do like a super long form film in the future. But I've been enjoying these kind of short film shell. I like doing, yeah, this 5-minute challenge was really exciting for me. Because like with 5 minutes, it's almost like the length of a single soundtrack, right? It's probably like a 1.5 soundtracks or 2 soundtracks. So there's something cool in the concept of like, can you make a story in a single soundtrack? Because then it's like you're making a full cohesive music video almost, where there's a beginning, middle, and end to the music in the same way that you created a story that matches to the beginning, middle, and end of that same, you know, single soundtrack. So I don't know, there's something cool about doing something in that length. But yeah, okay, I'm just rambling. All right, so where are we? we were over here somewhere. Just as a reminder, I'm not color grading the footages just yet, so not all of them will look like super nice. I'm just kind of going through each of these footages to see how's the stabilization on it and if we need to make some changes to it. And then once we do a full pass through on all of them from a stabilization standpoint, then we'll go back and do like the color grading and stuff like that. Okay, one annoying thing is I have the teleprompter in the middle between my two monitors, but it's not set up to be in the middle, so I have to move my mouse all the way to the other end. I'll fix it in a second. So Jeremy said, I have a friend who creates better films than I do, and my undergraduate is in media and cinematography. You are in the same boat. I am far more technical than I am creative and emotional, so you do great. Well, yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. I mean, subjective, I'm sure, right? Like, or I feel like now maybe you're being humble, right? Because, you know, I'm sure your work is quite, you know, impressive too. So it's, you are in the same boat, okay? But I think like the creativity and the emotionality is also just like a learned thing. I genuinely feel like imagination, creativity, the innovation, like that kind of mindset is not like something where you're born with it or you're not. It's like a muscle that you continually develop, like anything else. But some people, some people think that, oh, I'm not creative, and then the moment you have that thought, it's like a poison, right? Because, or it's like a tumor almost. Because the moment you tell yourself, oh, I'm not a creative type, you start believing that, and you feel like you can never be that. When in reality, it's like, you know what? It's like anything else. It's a bit of mental exercise. It's the kinds of content you consume. It's the the mindset you have doing certain tasks, and then like next thing you know, you're doing some of the most creative stuff. And like the most creative people I know, I feel like it's a lot of copying and pasting from other people. So being creative is not necessarily the I was gonna say flamboyant, but that's not the right word. It's not like the, you know, the version that people think about in movies and stuff. I feel like creativity is like someone who copies from other people and does it enough times to then make it to another level and another level and another level by copying from other people consistently. So, okay, let me freaking fix this. What do I go to display? Maybe. I need to fix the ordering of these monitors because it's hard to track my cursor because it's like jumping back and forth. So what do I go? System settings. Desktop and no, displays. There we go. Okay, so I'll put the Elgato in the middle. Wait. Why can't I move them? Appearance? Okay, I'm about to lose my god dang mind. But yes, thank you very much, Jeremy. It's always good to hear people say good things about you. You know what? Actually, I don't know what I prefer. Obviously, I prefer when people say nice things, but sometimes I do feel like I prefer people who are critical, because then it's like, you know, you don't want the false bravado, or you don't want the false praise, for sure. Not saying you're doing that, but it's always good to know where people have friction with what you do, because then either you fix it or you say F you, I like it my way. All right, I'm opening up ChatGPT over here. And I need to figure out separately why I can't flip my screens around. So I got monitor 1 here. Elgato should be monitor 2 in the middle, and then this should be monitor 3. Jeremy said, I think creative films can be all different. Capturing emotion and the essence of life is hard. I immediately thought of Jane Goodall when I saw your ZR, excuse me. How could I say Z? ZR promo film. It was perfect timing and emotion. Yeah. Like, you know what? Because, yeah, Jane Goodall is, like, synonymous with primates, and especially chimps, right? So, yeah, it just felt fitting to even put her quote at the beginning. And also the island itself is essentially founded, or it was like co-founded by her institute. So even this island that I was spending time at with the 55 rescue chimps, a lot of it is in part thanks to her work there, like monetarily as well as through the organization that she has, the Jane Goodall Institute. So, but yeah, I'm happy you've made that connection as well. Yeah, I mean, obviously very sad that she passed away, but I mean, sad in the sense of like it's sad that when anyone dies, really, but 91 years old, yo, that's something to celebrate. Damn. And I think it was her birthday recently too, from the little bit I was seeing. Hey, sorry, ignore everything else that I just said there, Amber. I just have a quick question for you before we get into the real stuff. How do I flip my screens around? I want to rearrange my 3 displays in my MacBook or my Mac Studio, and I'm in displays, but I'm not able to actually drag things around. Why? What gives?
Got it. No worries. Let's focus on that display puzzle. So on your Mac, if you're in the display settings and you're not seeing the option to rearrange by dragging, it might be that you need to click the arrangement tab at the top first. That tab is where you'll see a little diagram of your displays, and then you can actually just click and drag them around to match how they're physically set up. If you don't see that arrangement tab, let me know. But usually that's the trick. Just hop over to that tab and you should be able to rearrange them however you want.
I don't see this arrangement tab you're speaking of. Please help me.
Absolutely, let's get that sorted out. If the arrangement tab
says, having a
isn't
mind is
showing up,
overrated.
it might be
Nice.
that the system isn't recognizing your external displays properly yet. A couple of things you can try. First, just make sure all the displays are actually detected by going to System Settings and then Displays. Sometimes unplugging and replugging them can help. Another thing is to hit that Detect Displays button if you see it, which can force the Mac to rescan. Once it recognizes all the screens, the Arrangement tab should appear, and then you can drag them around as needed. Let me know if that helps.
Okay, she didn't really help, but I figured out myself, I think. Not that I'm blaming her, you know. Come on. Come on, buddy. There we go. Sorry, one second. What's up, Yogi? Yogi says, I have a hard time thinking that the chimp is trying to flip me. Oh, sorry. I see what screen I'm on. It's trying to flip me the bird. Then I saw the third finger. You know what? I think I do have a shot somewhere where it actually does look like they're like flicking you off. Flicking you off? Flipping you off. Flipping you off. What's up, Yogi? How are you doing? Give me a second here. I'm just struggling on the other monitor. Where'd it go? There we go. I need to drag it down here. Okay. I think I got it now. There we go. Beautiful. Everything is fixed. Everything is good. LBG says, I just assume everybody's trying to flip me off because I probably deserve it. I was going to say some stripper joke, but I don't think it landed. Yogi, it's been a 24 hours. I don't want many of going forward. Hold on a second. Let me reread what you just said and make sense out of that. It's been a 24 hours. I don't want many of going forward. Okay, maybe I need to put some stress on other words. It's been a 24 hours, period. I don't want many of... Yo, help me out, Yogi. It's been a 20... So basically you're saying the past 24 hours has been one of those days that you don't want to end? Is that what I'm reading? Either way. Oh, it's been a... Oh, sorry. It's the opposite of what I said. It's been a bad 24 hours. Gotcha. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. Well, hopefully this stream can brighten your mood somehow. I'm not sure how, but we'll figure it out, you know? Together we shall. Now, if I asked you why it was a bad 24 hours, do you want to go into it? Or is this one of those like, you have no idea, you know, like whatever, that kind of stuff? Hopefully it's not anything to do with a bad client. Those are, you know, not that I have that too often, but you and me both, man. I said I wasn't going to go over it on stream yet because I'm, you know, whatever. But yesterday was such a nightmare for me. A nightmare in the sense of like, I'm trying to get this product review video done. And I thought it would be done by 2 days ago. And the fact that I have another day of, you know, waiting to get feedback and stuff, it is a little bit excruciating. And maybe someday I'll get into it. Maybe I won't. I don't know. Because I don't want to like denigrate people too much. You know, it's like, yeah, private conversations. Not to say, okay, now I'm saying too much, but like, I am excited to see the final product. I'll just leave it at that. I'm excited though. The work, the person I'm working with is extremely talented, and that's why I'm excited though. Okay, so where we are, Yogi said nature and wildlife helps. It's just I try my best and I'm no better and nothing to show for it. I hear you on that one, man. It's, if there's one thing, I've been watching a lot, way too much really, but I've been watching a lot of YouTube videos that's trying to help you be a better YouTuber, and like here are the tips and tricks, or like here are trends, or here are things you should do, and all that kind of fun stuff. But if there's one thing I keep hearing, it's the fact that a lot of people, they give up too soon. It's like that one meme of the dude that's like mining for gold, and they're digging a tunnel, and then right before they should have, you know, cracked and like found the gold, they give up and they turn around. It's kind of like that meme sometimes, where it's more just like when we don't see progress for a significant amount of time, we ultimately say, okay, it's not for me, let's pack up our bags and go. And maybe that was the right decision, by the way. There is the concept of sunk cost. But other times, especially when it comes to like creative pursuits or passions, things like that, I feel like we need those moments where it feels like no progress, like we're just like hitting friction. How many times have I said on stream, like I feel like I'm hitting my head against the wall, and then ultimately we find a solution unexpectedly, just after taking a break or after a few days. And then because we stuck through with it, eventually we do get it, just not at the timetable or the time frame that we thought it would be achieved. But yeah, I think a lot of the best lessons in life is just about perseverance, and letting go for sure. So I'm kind of saying both things. But generally speaking, I feel like the moments where you're like facing adversity and you feel like shit, or things are just feeling overwhelming, taking that moment to like take a deep breath, take a step back, detox for a bit as well. Like it's also good to step away, but then like not giving up on things, but like, you know, taking a deep breath, recuperate, and keep going at it. That perseverance, I feel, will serve you better in the long run anyways, even if it doesn't end up working out for you in the short term. I don't know if anything I said made sense. LBG, there's no such thing as an overnight success. Yeah, everything, exactly. Like, yeah, everything, all the things that are amazing in life comes from blood, sweat, and tears, essentially, right? So, and if it was easy, then you would find no value, I believe. Like, if it was super easy for me to make these kind of videos, then would I really feel much value in, like, the fact that I created something worth creating? Like, yes, but then the, what do you call it? The reward that you would feel, the fulfillment wouldn't necessarily be there. It's always the ones where it's like, shit, man, I had to, like, crawl through, you know, piss and blood. Oh, wait, that's a really bad imagery. I had to crawl through the muck to get to the final, you know, to cross the finish line type thing. Those are the nice moments. But it's kind of easy to say those things without talking about money and like the fact that we all need money. And life is just around how much money do you have to pay for things to keep living a life. So it's easy to say until the money runs out. So Yogi said the things that I believe in take money. Oh yeah, so speaking of, the things that I believe in take money, which is the big lack. I need a sponsor or a dragon. Wait, what is a dragon? Hold on. I need a sponsor. I know what a sponsor is. Or a dragon. That's where you lose me. I need a sponsor or a dragon to help me get there. I would understand if you said genie, because then obviously you wish for things, but do dragons give you money? Am I missing some deep mythical lore? But yeah, I hear you on that one as well, Yogi. Even what I'm doing right now wouldn't have been possible if not for the fact that I've been in corporate for a number of years. And so, you know, that allowed me to build up a bit of a savings. Not like I'm saying I'm like rich by any means, but it gave me a little bit of a ability to say I have a cushion where if I'm seeing zero money come in, F it, let's just keep going. And then if the money does run out, because it will, like, I know, generally speaking, to me, I still have confidence, thankfully, that if I need to, I can hop back into the corporate world, is that what I want to have happen? Obviously not. I love what I'm doing right now. And so we do want, and that gives me more encouragement and motivation to like make this work, right? But yeah, it's also just like having confidence that even if you have to end up working at McDonald's, and I've always felt this way, not to denigrate McDonald's workers, but it's like, let's say if I had to like start from scratch almost and like pick any kind of job, you know, cleaning toilets, that kind of shit, right? I have the utmost confidence in myself that I would ultimately be fine. I'll you know, rise in the ranks from cleaning toilets to I don't know what comes next, but we'll get there. Or at the very least, I'll be a really good homeless person. I think I can be good at begging. I'll pick up my guitar again and we'll get better at it. You know what? I used to be pretty... Actually, no, wait, I'll take that back. Yogi said the Dragon's Den is a TV program where you pitch your invention idea and they either decline or... Wait, are you talking about the Shark Tank? Wait, is Dragon's Den like some kind of Temu version of Shark Tank? The Dragon's Den is like a British thing? They either decline or offer you a deal for a percentage of the business. Pun intended, cleaning toilets, all that shit. Yeah, I recognize I said that afterwards. I did not intend to do that. But we can pretend like I'm that clever. It's the UK version. Oh, okay. I was going to say. The Dragon's Den? Why not just call it Shark Tank? At that point, I feel like... yeah, you should just... Oh, wait, what am I doing? I was supposed to be just doing... Okay, I've been a bit too distracted here. I'm supposed to be looking at the stabilization of these footages. Okay, let's play this. I'm not wrong, okay? LOL. Yeah. All right. But yeah, man, Yogi, it's always funny to say, like, if it makes you feel better, and then the response being like, you know, we're all feeling like shit kind of a thing. But if it does make you feel better in some ways, I do feel that feeling that you're talking about of like shit, like this past 24 hours has been not the best, or like not feeling like progress is being made, all that kind of stuff. I do feel in some ways that is like the universal human experience, unless you're one of the lucky few or the ones who've made it out to the end, right? So I would take encouragement when you have these moments. I do genuinely feel this way anytime I'm having adversity or something bad happening in my life, as long as it's not like, you know, irreversible, like some kind of health issue, things like that. When we deal with like normal adversities around like work related stuff, whatever, I usually feel a hint of gratefulness that it's happening. It's hard to feel that way in the moment for sure, but I kind of reserve at least 10%. So 90% of me can feel like shit, miserable, self-pity, or, you know, whatever, depressed, all the things, stressed. But then I reserve like 10% of my feelings towards like excitement and like kind of relief that I'm having this moment. Because this is like, every time you have one of these moments, that's like the only way we level up as a human, right? It's like, I'm trying to think of an RPG kind of analogy. But yeah, it's like if you're fighting all those little level 1 monsters, you're not going to get anywhere. It's the moment you like have to fight the crazy ass boss levels, or the, you know, the unexpected level 40, whatever. I don't know. Man, I'm so bad at these things, analogies. But yeah, you need one of those things to happen for you to actually realize, like, if I beat this, then I'm actually going to get something meaningful out of it. And so you should feel a little bit of excitement when you're going through the friction moments in life. Because if you do get out of it, you should hopefully come out with some learnings, a bit of resilience built in, and also a realization that even at your lowest moment, when you think like it's going to be the end of the world, it ends up not being the end of the world. There always is like some other solution that's possible. So it's like, oh, okay. But yeah, sometimes it's easier said than done. Okay, I like this footage. The beginning was a little bit shaky. Okay, one issue is this teleprompter is kind of in the way of my monitor. Damn it, do I need to like push the monitor? Okay, there we go. A bit shaky in the beginning, but maybe that's okay. Maybe it adds to the shot. We'll keep it, we'll keep it. Otherwise, the rest feels fairly smooth. It looks good. Oops. So in terms of other updates, well, I say updates, but in terms of just like sharing my thoughts of what comes next. So right now, for instance, we're working on this fairly simple YouTube video, which is just putting together a lot of these footages of the chimpanzees from my time there, finding the key moments, the ones that are usable for a video, and then stabilizing, color grading, and then we're going to put a bunch of background music behind it, and then we'll post it on YouTube. Fairly straightforward. The other thing we're working on is the Nikon ZR product review. And so like we said, I've done the majority of it. It's been handed off to an editor, and I hope to have the final product released by the end of the week. Other things that I'm trying to work on the side is dehancer. So I want to make a review video of dehancer. And I do want to kind of treat this as a way to start making my YouTube channel a mix of obviously continuing to do these like cinematic footages and stuff like that, but then also doing product reviews, gear reviews, 5 minutes about like whatever topics, talking head videos. So that's a big thing that I've wanted to crack into. And now that we have this Nikon ZR, now that we have dehancer, and there was another company that reached out. Actually, there's a couple companies that reached out recently asking if I would want to try out their products, which is kind of cool. It's a very cool feeling, and we hope that that will only continue to happen in the long run. But yeah, so I need to start building out a good DNA for that on my YouTube channel. So that's some things that I'm going to work on the side. So I'll probably work on the scripting and things like that off stream. I think the kind of content I want to focus editing on stream as we start to do this kind of thing. Like, let's say if in the ideal state, we're doing these cinematic videos, our travel vlogs, our travel short films, but then we're also doing talking head videos about gear reviews or tutorials, or like, you know, sharing my thoughts about some topic. I think the former are the things that I would want to do on stream. So, you know, showing you guys how I'm editing the cinematic stuff. And then the product reviews, the talking head stuff, those things I'll probably take care of off stream. Just because in some ways it might be more boring anyways, right? It's like watching me talk about, oh, I just noticed the chimp is like raising his hand. It's like, you got a question for me. So I think that's how I'm going to delineate what I work on during the streams and what I do off stream. And then hopefully that means, especially if we do have a good editor going forward, yeah, we should be able to pump out content more quickly, because that has been my Achilles heel, is being efficient. So, but you know what? The good thing is doing these live streams has actually helped out quite a bit, because these are technically videos that get posted as VODs on YouTube. Of course, Twitch and all the others kick as well. So in a sense, it is content that's being made, but not like curated content, if that makes sense. Okay, so this one, was it this shot? Something felt very shaky there. It might have been the end of this one. Yeah, right there. Oof, that did like a whiplash. So maybe, and also it was kind of blurry anyways. So, oh wait, no, it was blurry, sharp there, and then we'll cut it right before this crazy. Photo Elite says, you being efficient, that's ... Yo, what the hell, man? How dare you call me out for the truth? Listen, we can all learn to be efficient. It's all possible. Just give me some time. F Mead, you said, I'm open, throw the ball. Oh yeah, the hand raising. Where was that hand? Raise your hand again. Where were you? There you are. Raise that beautiful hand. I don't know how these chimps learned how to do this. Because there are some moments as well when we are near the fence, like during the feeding times when the keepers are like chucking food all across the electric fence enclosure. There'd be times you would see how the chimp is like, they're like clapping their hands, or they're lifting their hand up, like, you know, in a gesture to be like, give me some food. And I'm trying to figure out, how did they learn that behavior? Now, some of these chimps were raised by people, or they were in like circuses. So they were like rescued from certain environments where they had interactions with humans. So there's a world where maybe they were trained to do that, and then maybe the other chimps picked up that behavior. But it would be more fascinating if you found out that they just did this on their own. Like they just somehow, put it together where it's like, oh, if I clap or if I put my hand up like this, it'll get the attention of the humans. And then they've learned to do that. Either way, it's very interesting that they do it. Would you turn that into a GIF for me? You know what? We haven't made a GIF in quite some time. Well, partially because it's kind of annoying that Twitch limits the number of emotes you can make. So I've been kind of holding off on that because I need to unlock more emotes before I can make some. Wait, I think I zoomed out too far back. But yeah, I would like to make this as like a... The problem is there's too much going on here in the background, but I guess if I do a screen... This might be beyond me, right, in terms of skills. But as a screenshot, I should be able to grab these frames. And then, I use Canva and it works really well. So it should be able to detect the subject, remove all this noise and stuff. And if I do multiple frames, then yeah, we should be able to make a GIF out of it. Why not? But yes, Yogi, if I can unlock some of these things, I will definitely turn this into a GIF, and I'll make sure you have access to it for the suggestion. Photo, you said BTTV will give you freaking 50 plus emote slots. Okay, but then is this BTTV thing, is it one of those things where like you have to have users download some extension to use it? And then the question is like, how is that something a lot of Twitch users or whomever else, like, is this a service people actually use a lot just to do the emotes, or I don't know. Also, I need to blow my nose really badly. Okay, give me a second, guys. We'll watch him raise his hand one more time as I go take a Claritin medication. Okay. I think I'm back. Let me just make sure that yes. Photo, you said yes and yes. Yes and yes. So people, I'm trying to remember my question to you. So people do, okay, you do need to download an extension and people do use it, is what you're saying. Any Twitch legacy user will have BTTV installed, especially if they've been a mod at some point before the mod view tool was introduced 2 years ago. Okay. All right, then I'm gonna look into this off stream. Cause yeah, it's kind of fun. I do miss creating some new emotes, right? We have so much footage to go through. We got new chimps. We got new facial expressions. Fun little wild animal emotes that we can create. So, look at this guy. Look how... Now this one, I thought Kimbap was cheeky and like super greedy and always hungry. This guy's got... This mother waded into the water to grab some food. Looks like what? An apple and a tomato? And has the audacity to be like, hey, my hands are full, but toss me another one, shall you? Get out of here. Oh, and then he's smart. Oh, okay. Yeah, so then he's like, what are you talking about? I have an empty hand. Okay, so that was pretty smooth. Dun, dun, dun. Oh yeah, I kind of want to watch a YouTube video. There's this one YouTube channel that doesn't seem to do copyright strikes or no, sorry, not that. They don't have like soundtrack in the background, so I feel like it's safer for me to watch. Let me see. Let's open it up. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. What was his name? It was like Callaway, I think. Let me find this. Callaway. Okay. I want to watch one of his videos. Mm-mm. Okay. Let's check this out. I'll put this on this in the side. As we edit. Social media isn't hard, it's misunderstood. All right, tell me.
If you want to grow faster on social media, I'm going to explain exactly how to do it. Because the truth is, if you're struggling to grow, you're probably just approaching the content game with a suboptimal strategy. Now, I've cracked every social platform I've ever been on. Instagram, TikTok, LinkedIn, even YouTube. I have 1 million followers, I've done billions of views. And the secret is that I actually went down the rabbit hole to deeply understand how each individual platform works. The psychology, the algorithms, the core fundamentals for how to grow. So in this video, I'm gonna give you the full secret sauce.
Did we watch this already?
These are 5 non-obvious learnings for how social media actually works. And these are the same lessons that all the big creators deeply understand and that you may not. All right, now the first uncommon learning is that social media isn't actually social anymore. It's just media. And this seems like a small wording change, but it actually shifts everything about how you approach the content game. When social platforms were originally
Photo, you
invented,
said I
they
gotta go get
were
the day started. I'll
social
catch you
first.
tomorrow
In that old era,
morning maybe.
everything was
Thank you very
engineered
much,
to
Photo, for
connect
being
you
here.
with other people
And I'll
show
see you
your
next time.
content specific.
Okay, hold on one second. I think I want a different topic. Give me a different video topic. I need something on filmmaking. Okay, let's see if I get copyright struck for this.
Does the idea of watching two people having a conversation sound exciting? Probably not. You probably wouldn't pay money to see that. And yet you do. All the time. Because ultimately that's what every movie and TV show boils down to. Over and over again. Two people having a conversation. How have so many filmmakers managed to make those conversations exciting? Well, one big way is with blocking.
Film blocking tutorial.
Blocking is the precise staging of actors in a performance. In terms of cinema, it's where you place your actors in the frame. There are 3 visual elements a filmmaker should think about when blocking a scene. Space, shapes, lines. By considering these components, you'll be able to block a scene between any subjects in a visually dynamic way that is loaded with subtext. First up, space. This scene opens with a boy playing in the snow. The camera pulls out to reveal a tense conversation between adults. The stakes of the scene are the boy, Charlie, who is framed carefully through the window for the duration of the scene. On one side of him, his father, standing in protest. but dwarfed in size due to his distance from the camera. On the other side, his mother, framed closer to the lens, looming larger, more imposing. Charles is smallest of all. Take note of the way visual contrast is created in the space to portray tension and importance. Next up is shapes. There are 3 basic shapes: circles, squares, and triangles. Everything around us can be turned into one of these basic shapes, even an actor's face. Circle, triangle, square. The basic shapes come with certain emotional qualities and assumptions. Circles feel safer and inclusive. Squares create limited space, boxing someone in. Triangles are sharp, they feel aggressive, but it also has an apex. Let's watch this scene from Guardians of the Galaxy. James Gunn carefully framed his subjects to form a triangle pointing to Groot. The moment is played for a joke. The conversation happens, while important action is staged behind it.
You definitely need to get that last.
I wonder,
When you're
like,
looking through your frame,
I wonder if, like, okay, so someone like James Gunn, who's clearly, you know, excellent at what he does. You know what? Okay, what am I saying? I feel like this must be something, he must have gone to like some kind of film school, and I'm assuming if you go to some kind of schooling, they teach you this concept of film blocking, so then when he's at his level, it comes natural to him to be like, okay, we're going to do this blah 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 triangular film blocking technique, exo facto, whatever it's called. And it's like, okay, Groot, you're gonna stand over here, and then we're gonna frame it this way. Yeah. Okay. So I'm answering my own question, but it is kind of cool to think, like, if you're so experienced in this field that it becomes like not even, it's like a subconscious thing, or it just, yeah, it's instinctive that you're like, okay, I recognize right away why this is a good shot, and I know where the actor needs to be. I know where the camera has to be to position and capture. I know where the lights have to be hitting everyone. We want to get to that level for sure.
the moment is played for a joke. The conversation happens, while important action is staged behind it.
You definitely need to get that last.
When you're looking through your frame, identify the basic shapes and bear in mind the emotional connotations of each and where they direct the viewer's eye. We've covered shapes, and shapes are formed by lines. Be aware of the lines created in every shot and the effect they have on the viewer. Take a look at this scene from The Godfather Part 2. It's a simple dialogue scene. It plays out between a standing Michael, a vertical line, and Fredo, nearly a horizontal line. Fredo could have been standing for this scene. If he did, the power dynamics would have been potentially equal, but he was slung so low in the seat that he was practically horizontal. This blocking creates visual tension between the two, especially when cutting. It also emphasizes who holds all the cards. During Fredo's outburst, he flounders into an almost diagonal line, literally attempting to change his shape, an attempt to stand up to Michael. When the outburst is over, the order of things remain the same. Fredo goes back to his horizontal position, and Michael delivers his final judgment.
You're nothing to me now. You're not a brother. You're not a friend. I don't want to know you or what you do.
Happy trails, Fredo. So we've covered how shapes, lines, and space can be used when blocking a scene. The thing is, on their own, they're not going to make those dialogue scenes that profound. Unless you do it with this in mind: subtext or contrast. By contrasting your blocking with what's being said or done, you create an underlying meaning.
It's also a personal statement about the band itself. Hey, Paul! Ah!
You can start to reveal the real story, and it's not only for viewers. Communicating subtext through blocking guides your actors, your DP, and the art director towards your vision. Blocking tells us what the characters are really up to, what they really mean, what's really going on. That's what makes blocking so important to a story. A good way to plan your blocking is with a storyboard.
Man, one skill I wish I had. I mean, there's many skills I wish I had, let's be real. But one of the ones I really wish I had is the ability to draw like this. I'm good at like copying. I can like sketch a copy of something else. I'm decent at that. But to like be able to sketch freehand like this in like whatever form, that would be so cool. I was watching a video where someone was breaking down how Bong Joon-ho was making Parasite, and I'm assuming he does this for like all his videos that he directs, but like he will like hand sketch all the frames. So it's like, here's the first shot, you know, subject one is going to be walking this way, and then, and even like the fact that he had the skills to know how to like depict motion in a flat image, where he's like, okay, camera starts here, and then I want you to pan over and then point, zoom in onto this moment here. And so like the ability to visualize that and draw it so people can follow along in these like storyboards, I wish I could do that. Now, I guess in these days with AI, technically, I guess maybe there are ways to do it quickly using AI to generate a bunch of storyboards, but I still wish that was a skill that I had to, I guess you can learn as well, but that feels like something it would take me a long time to develop.
Think about what the characters are saying in the script, and then incorporate that into your blocking with storyboard software like Studio Binder. And the next time you're having a conversation in real life, pay attention to the way you stand, or sit, or
There's
move,
a lot of shake on this
or lie
one.
down like Fredo. You might be surprised. See you in the next video.
Okay, interesting. Oh my god. Now that I have this monitor in between, it does make it a little bit more annoying. Okay, so this shot, I need to focus a bit more because it was pretty shaky. So let's go add some stabilization. And we're going to finally do the thing that I said I was going to do. Let's freaking edit some Japan photos. Okay, so this is where we left off. Let me just refresh myself. What is it? So I had a star system, a 3-star system, and I had also ranked images in red. So I'm going to guess that the red ones were the ones that I should actually work on. So let's go back. Let's choose this and red. Where's the photo? I was just looking at it. Oh, okay. Why did I make it yellow? Okay, so yellow must mean these were the ones that I had finished editing. Fair enough. Okay. So this was one of the final ones. Do I need more shots? Oh, you know what? This could be interesting to put through dehancer now that we have it. Hold up a minute. Let's reset everything. Let's just do the cropping. And then let's put this through dehancer. This should be fun. I haven't seen how dehancer works on wildlife photos. We only tested briefly with the photo shoot stuff. Okay. So let's look at all of the different options for dehancer. Oh, nice. And this one I can just do up and down. Okay, so this is going to be a bit easier. I'm not sure where I'm leaning towards on this one. I feel like I kind of prefer a bit more muted feel. But at the same time, this was shot near sunset. So in some ways, having a bit more, you know, like a saturated shot isn't the worst thing, because it does kind of reflect what the actual shot was like. Okay, so this is, let me see, what do we do with our edits? This is what we ended up doing. You know what? I prefer my version. Although there's a few things, yeah, I was noticing this later on, but I do need to fix this a little bit, because you can see these little patches of red. Give me a minute here. Come on, come on. Pause. Okay, there we go. Ooh, we got another hand lifted moment. Okay, so I think I prefer this one. It's not perfect though, because you can see there's a little bit of like distortion in the reds here. So the question is, how much time will it take for me to fix that? Let's see. Let's identify the culprit first. Usually it's whenever I'm playing with specific colors. Okay, so not in there, maybe in luminance. Oh, there we go. Okay. It doesn't like it doesn't fix it fully. Actually, it's decent. But then I don't want it to affect the fox. So let's choose just the background. Oh, this is where I ran into the issue before. Okay, okay. Okay, how do I do this? Let's create a color range. Let me choose this area here. Okay, so I've chosen the color range. I want it to refine to just those little patches on the snow. Yeah. Okay, what I'll do is I'll extend it a little bit. But then let me subtract from that the subject. So it shouldn't capture the fox. It should just be anything else outside of the fox. And now let's let's cool it down. No, I don't want to cool it down because I want the warmth on there. So we got to figure out a different solution. Okay, yeah, so we'll lift up the whites. Or, you know what, it could be the highlights. Let me see. Almost. Okay, I feel like it's not perfect, but it's not bad either. Shoot, how do I re-refine color range? Doesn't look too bad. All right, so let's go with this one. Let's remove. All right. What about this one? This one doesn't seem as bad. I feel like the colors don't have like a clear drop off like the other one did. So I'm okay keeping this. Okay, so then in the name of efficiency, which we laugh at, I'll try to find one more photo from this. Or can we just copy and paste this to everything? Let's figure that out. I don't think it's possible. Da, 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 da. Okay, I think this is decent. We're in fast mode, so now I'm gonna just skip a bunch. Ooh, okay. Right now, I think this is the winner. Man, we've been doing so many chimp edits. It kind of feels nice, I will say. It's kind of nice to edit some other animals as well. Ooh, that actually looks really good. Hold on a minute. All right, this one we're gonna edit it differently from the others because now we're in like a portrait mode. So we'll do a bit more editing on this one. But let's get back to this as well. Oh, you know what? Let's see if I can watch a Jane Goodall. I wonder if I can play something from Jane Goodall. Hello, Obi-Wan. Yo, Obi-Wan. I saw your photos on the Discord earlier. Epic stuff, man. You're always pumping out some good stuff. We should check it out in a second. Let me... let's find my Discord first. Yeah, so shout out to B Connolly photo and Obi-Wan and yeah, for sharing some really cool photos, man. These are the Logan ones, yeah? Hells yeah. I don't watch a lot of I didn't read any comics growing up. I'm a huge fan of like the X-Men series for sure. You know, who doesn't like Wolverine? So when that movie came out, what was it called? Logan? Man, that was so good. That was such a good movie. In some ways, I kind of wish they had retired Hugh Jackman as Wolverine, because I felt like that was such a good send-off. That movie was like one of the perfect finales to like a character I've watched. It was just so good. But now he's back. Okay, let's check out your photos, man. So is it? I'm assuming this is Logan, yeah? Just given the... But I've never seen Logan wearing a cowboy hat. Interesting. See, I don't know all the lore. I don't know all the, yeah. Oh, he's got his dog tags. Cool frame. I like this a lot, man. So do you do this every day, Obi-Wan? Or like when do you just kind of like set some time every day to take some shots, or do you kind of yeah, I'm curious your workflow here. That's really nice. I like your color grading. I like your sense of colors that you use. Oh, it's interesting. You got him on top of that thing. You know what you should do? You should like, just because I'm looking at this photo and it's making me think, you should do a whole series of like these superheroes or whatever in like everyday circumstances. So like, here's Wolverine at a concert, you know, like here's Wolverine at the Burning Man festival. You know, just like put them in like the most mundane or like normal human stuff. Like here's Wolverine grocery shopping. Yeah, nice, man. Yeah, I see how it could be really fun if you end up doing some like really low aperture, or yeah, like a wide aperture. So if you do like f1.2 and like try to do some shots where it's like everything else is blurred out except for like the dog tag or some aspect or just the tip of the claw. Yeah, there's like so many directions you can go. Like you either go everything should be sharp, and then you go with like I want that bokeh on most things. Yeah, it's really cool, man. But yeah, thanks for sharing that. Thanks for being here. Obi-Wan Shinobi, one of the best names. What a name. We're just doing a mix of things right now, so I'm continuing to go through all the footages that I have of the chimps, and I'm doing the very, very mundane task of checking to see if it's stabilized, if there's anything wonky, and yeah, trimming out the stuff that needs to be trimmed out. So we're just stabilizing everything, and then later we'll color grade everything as well. First step, we're just stabilizing. And then in between, I am doing a little bit of photo editing again. So I'm just hopping in between to edit some photos from Hokkaido, Japan, because we need to start advertising for that trip. And in the spirit of expediency, I'm probably not going to do crazy edits. I think I'm just going to like try to do one and dones where I'm just going to apply one of my presets, the first one that really feels like it can really match the mood or makes the shot look nice. And then let's just move on, you know? So for instance, this shot here looks good. I like the muted sunset preset that I have. The only thing I might add is a little bit of sunlight or like a little brightness in one direction. Maybe in the sky, just because the sky looks clean. Should we do this one? Yeah. Yeah, so we'll just add a little bit of directional light here. And that's it. So now we move on and we speed through. You said that would be funny, Obi-Wan? I think so. Listen, my ideas are all the best, okay? Listen to my ideas and you'll be successful. That's all I gotta say. Don't listen to what I just said. But sometimes, you know what? I do feel like I have some gold mines here and there. And if you're able to create a whole series of these, you know, super larger than life characters who usually you see them in posters, photos, videos, saving the world, doing the most extraordinary things because they are extraordinary men or women. If you then put them in the most mundane, like regular ass normal human being activities, there's something about that contrast that I personally feel would be quite humorous or quite yeah, enjoyable. And when I say mundane, I mean straight up mundane. It literally, I'm not even joking. Have one where he's pushing a shopping cart and choosing choosing between two different brands of whatever, right? It's like, wow, even Superman has to get stuck. This guy can, you know, save the world, do everything, but even he gets stuck. Can't solve. Do I go with Frosted Flakes or, you know, Cocoa Pebbles? Think about it. Just think about it, you know. Okay, this is a cool shot, but I don't think I'm going to use this on my website. So maybe that's what I have to keep in mind. Okay, so the priority right now is I need to pick shots that I would put on my website as like you know, advertisement. So, ooh, one of these shots. Do I do it with the paw? Let me think. Okay, so this one is super clean. Where if I do a, you know, something like this. If I do a shot like this, it could be interesting. This one has a bit more personality to it because the paw, obviously. But it also looks a bit weird as well. So I think the clean one is probably better. So I think we'll go with this one. And let me just figure out the right formatting. Obi-Wan, you said I appreciate the praise. Anytime, man. Like I'm genuine about it. I think, especially the thing you're doing, it's so unique, you know. There's like so much potential for you to do things that can stand out because you're one of a few, right? Like how many wildlife photographers are out there? There's like too many to count. How many wedding photographers, you know, XYZ niche, landscape and everything else. How many I don't even know what, you see, I don't even know what they call someone like you. Like what is your style? Like I mean, it could be maybe like a macro photographer kind of, but not really because it's more niche. It's like doing yeah, figurines. All right, let's try this one for now. I might still end up doing a landscape shot, but let's just see how this works first. Undecided. This one doesn't look bad either. Okay, this one is pretty clean, so we might go with that. It's the dehazed and bright, but this one also feels like it should be a more creative shot just because it's like a close-up. So possibly instead of going with the natural look, I should go with something that feels a bit more, I don't know, punchier or artistic. Like this one looks clean to me, but then it's washing out the sunset. So I feel like the colors in the background sky should probably be somewhat prominent. Because then what's the point of shooting, you know, near sunset if you're not going to showcase that? So let's look through this. "'Tis now lunchtime," says Low Base. Yo, Low Base, how quick was my response to your message? I need to double check the delays. Has that been corrected? Because basically I read your message like a split second after I saw it come through. So almost instant? Hells yeah. Okay, we're back. We're back, baby. What is your lunch? Is it a club sandwich of some sort? I feel like that's your go-to, if I'm not mistaken. What is that emote? Is that a penguin? Applause break. Nice. Man, okay, I need to... Yeah, maybe I should download that BP... What is it? BTTV? That Photo Elite was mentioning? Because I want more emotes, man. Your emotes make me realize I need more emotes. You said mostly fruits and vegetables today. I'm not feeling all that great. Happens whenever the weather changes. October 2nd. What is the weather changing into? I don't even know. Halloween weather. Well, hopefully you feel better, or it's not too bad. Ooh, this one looks nice. Simba's Walk. That feels a bit poignant as well. Now this is obviously not Simba, but he is walking. I'm walking here. I think we're gonna go with that one. Simba's Walk. However, we are gonna reduce the highlights in the background there. The applause break one is a Twitch global emote. It's not one of mine. Oh, really? Oh, that's a good one. I like it. But I still don't know. Is that a freaking penguin? It's getting cool. Ah, man, that's the best. Especially in Dubai. Not that I really go outside often, but usually around November is when the weather starts. It's like perfect. It's like Arizona. So you get like nice 70-degree kind of weather throughout. I kind of want a bit softer look. So let me think about this. I don't mind this faded look. Maybe go with that. Okay, I'm going to remove these distractions. That one does not look good. Looks like a bird of some kind. Yeah, that's, I mean, I was there. I was with you on that one. I need more clarity, though. Alright, I'm going to try to remove these lines in the background. Mainly because I'm just going to use this for my website. So I just want a nice, beautiful shot. Let's see how it looks. You and me both. Hells yes. Oh yeah, I wanted to watch some Jane Goodall stuff in the background. At the risk of getting copyright struck, you know? It's not perfect though. I can see this like white line right here. No, I just made it worse. F it, we're doing it live. Okay, we're just gonna ignore everything we just did. We'll just let it be normal. Okay, and let's call it quits on that photo. That was me trying to be efficient, by the way. That was me being fast. So we have some work to do when it comes to being fast, but you know what? Progress is progress. Now this one, I'm not sure. Let's see. Will this look good when we zoom in? The problem is I shot all this. You can see like we were shooting in almost like a neighborhood. There's like all these like abandoned homes and like buildings here. So it's not like you're getting this clean, wow, fox at sunset. We have a bunch of distractions. But it's not too bad. It's not too bad. Efficiency is overrated. Maybe. I don't know. I guess I would have to give that some thought there. Is it overrated? I guess possibly. I'm trying to think of a situation where you wouldn't want to be efficient. I feel like you would almost always want to be efficient, though, no? Jeremy said that is such a great shot of a fox. A photography friend of mine took his first fox photo this week. Exciting. Hells yeah. Yo, foxes are like, is it foxes or just fox? Sorry, I'm getting distracted, but is it foxes, plural, or do you just say fox?
So the plural is indeed foxes. Basically, you just add es at the end of fox to make it plural, just like you would for a lot of nouns ending in x.
Enough of you. Okay. Yeah, I think fox photography is one of my favorite. If there is one animal I need to that I have to photograph for the rest of my life, I said this before, but I think foxes, I'd be happy if it was a fox, because they're just so photogenic. The red fur or whatever fur colors, right? But generally speaking, like if you got that red fur coat, it bodes well for, like, you know, photogenic shots. They're basically like puppies, but wild and kind of cat-like as well. So they're like the best of everything. And they got thick coats in the winter, right? So it's like just nice and fluffy. It bounces light off of it very nicely. Yeah. But thank you. Fox eye. I didn't think about that. Fox eye. Yeah, so Jeremy, I'm not sure when you joined the stream. I don't think I was showing these photos before. This is something I was doing prior to my 2-week break and the whole Nikon ZR thing. But this is a trip that I went on to Hokkaido earlier this year. So I took a group with me to Hokkaido. We spent about, I think, like 7 to 10 days. And it was my first time going to Hokkaido as well. So there's a lot of trust that these photographers put into this trip. So I appreciate them joining. But I'm trying to do another trip for next year. So I've got everything lined up now. I just need to get the photos ready and then post it on my website. But yeah, so I'm trying to edit all the photos that I took throughout the trip in Hokkaido. So it was a bunch of foxes. It was the red-crowned cranes. There's like a whole bunch of other shots that we've been going through. The Izo Momonga, which is like one of the highlights of this trip that I'm putting together. The flying dwarf squirrel. Then you got the stellar sea eagle, one of the largest eagles in the world. And so that's one of the things that we'll be doing on my trip. Where am I? What was I looking for? Japan. There it is. So these are the photos that we had edited so far. If the plural of ox is oxen, then the plural of fox is foxen. Or oxes is the other way to go. So these are some of the photos that we edited. You said, Jeremy said, maybe an hour ago I had you playing in the background while I edit. Nice. Well, I'm glad. So I'm also just refreshing myself. So we have some photos of the cranes, which will be one of the activities, of course, when we're in Hokkaido. What a beautiful shot. Look at that. Nice and crisp. You can make out every detail. Jesus, how long does it take to load? There we go. So yeah, we have a bunch of these crane shots. Then we have some foxes. And I think that's oh yeah, a little bit of Shika deer, but I don't know if we've fully edited them yet. So mainly we've been focusing on the foxes from one of the days of the trip, the early days. Yeah, we have one shot of the Shika deer. I still stand by the way that this deer right here looks like that one actress, and I forget her name again, so I apologize, whatever her face is. But the young actress who is in The Last of Us. And also, apparently, I didn't realize until later, Game of Thrones. She was that badass queen, the young queen or whatever, or young lord or something. I still think that she looks, they have the same facial expression right here and look. Anyways, we have the Sheikah deer. What else did we edit? So these are some of the photographers who trusted me to hopefully give them a good experience. And then, yeah, so now we've been working on these Fox photos. And I've been adding a bit of grain to the shots, so I'm kind of just having fun with it. Jeremy said, no, LBG said, I have spoken, good sir. Okay, we'll go with what you said. Jeremy says, it is my goal to get away from social media and interviews and focus on wildlife and ecology videography. I think the way you are going about it is potential. Sponsor video and crowdfunding. Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm a long ways away from being able to say that this is a proof point in the positive of like, this can work. But yeah, like in the crowdfunding, yeah, if we can keep growing our Twitch and our YouTube live stream kind of category, in a sense that is crowdfunding, right? It's like hopefully getting people who are willing to, you know, commit dollars to me doing this continually. So we'll see if we can prove it out. We're only on month number 3. In terms of sponsor videos, I'm not there yet. You know what? That is definitely within reach though. Like I said, there's been a few companies that have like reached out to me about, you know, testing out their products, and I hope that could turn into like an actual sponsorship. But I'm so new to this world that I still don't really know how to navigate that space. But it's a possibility, and then hopefully that does mean that this is more sustainable as a business. But yeah, social media, if we think of social media from like the Instagram, TikTok, that kind of world, I have kind of not given up on that per se, but I've given up on the thought that that's where I need to invest most of my time. What was that? Oh man, I don't have my thing open. Where is it? Jesus. Wow, look at me. I'm so prepared. Oh, yo, low base. Yo, thank you very much. Hells yeah. Thank you for gifting the sub to Obi-Wan. Hells yeah. What a good person to give that sub to, because he's been very contributing in the Discord and in the chat. So thank you very much. I appreciate that. Ask and you shall deliver, I guess. Maybe I should just keep talking. I need people to give me money. Money, 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 money. And then you just wait for the money god to slap their gold coins to you. Thank you very much, Low Base. I do appreciate that very much. So yes, crowdfunding. Speaking of, if we can continue proving out that model, then yes, Jeremy, I think, yeah. But give me some time. It is not an easy path for sure. I feel like it is one that you have to commit a full year of like consistently doing. And it's kind of tough. Hopefully you have some savings that will last, because it's like a full year of dedicated, like it's a full day job, right? It's like a full time. I don't take a break. You're working around the clock. So yeah, it's a tough model. What's up, L? You say, hey, yo, Bell, on YouTube this time. Oh, yeah, I was going to say something feels weird. What is it? It's the red little thing there. But yeah, nice. Thanks for being here on the YouTube side. Hells yeah. The dark side. Did I miss something here? Okay, let me minimize this a bit. Wrong one. Yeah, thank you again, Low Base. You are always generous, the most generous benefactor. Jeremy says, product reviews are cringe, sort of, unless it really fits the message. Otherwise, tech reviewers are often shilling products. I would not want to get in that cycle. True. I mean, I can see that. Having said that, that is the world that I'm trying to get into, is doing like talking head videos. And some of those talking head videos will be like product reviews. But I am trying to figure out, can I do it in a way that feels genuine? Like, obviously I want it to be genuine, but I want it to feel genuine as well. And I want it to still feel part of my branding and my style. So I can't guarantee for all of them. I mean, I'm acting as if I have like a backlog of products that I need to review. But I mean, I can review my own products, right? It's not like I have to wait for someone to give me some sponsorship or some deal. But yeah, I like even this dehancer video that I need to make a review on. I want to mix in like a typical review, like any other review video, where it's like, hey, here's you know, here's what I liked, here's what I didn't like, here's how, you know, here's a bit of a tutorial on how I use it, and here's my final opinion. but I kind of want to also maybe do the thing that I've enjoyed doing, which is like making a 30-second, 1-minute style montage, like these trailers where you're like showcasing what you created with it. And I can't necessarily say I'll do it properly every single time, but for sure, when we can, we'll try to mix it up a bit. Jeremy said Patreon or monthly subscribers to sponsor, I think is possible for the right mission. Yeah. And I do have that. What is it? I've moved away from Patreon. Now we're using Coffee. I keep calling it Ko-Fi, but apparently that's wrong. Ko-Fi? Exclamation mark Ko-Fi. Yeah. So there's this thing called Coffee that I discovered recently, but it's kind of like Patreon and a bunch of other services combined into one. So that's kind of now what I'm going to try to lean on over time, right? We'll get there someday. By the way, Low Base, I'm just seeing it on the Twitch side of things. It didn't show up on Restream, but I didn't realize you've gifted 17 subs on this channel in the history of my stream. So you are absolutely top dog, okay? The most generous of everyone that's been on the stream. So thank you very much for that. Too kind. Oh, and did you gift me a sub? I saw I was gifted a sub. I saw a notification, but I was half asleep, so I didn't actually check properly. But I wonder if you gifted me a sub to someone else's stream. I need to check them out then. Low Base, he said that's a lot of Italian BMTs. Yes. I burned through that money quickly for cat food, so... okay, so the Japan photos, we're going to keep editing. But you can see we're a bit inundated, or we're over-indexed on Fox photos. But these are such cool shots that I don't necessarily want to speed through them. But yeah, I have to keep in mind, I'm supposed to be efficient. So yeah, maybe this shot could be nice as a... I'll put it on my website somewhere. I'll just... Okay, we're going to see... Is there one and done preset that I can punch in there? So I think the one I just have right now is probably good enough, but let's just quickly see some of the others. I kind of want like a dark silhouette style shot, and then keeping the warmth, obviously, of the sky. Okay, we'll just keep this one for now. In the name of efficiency. Oh shit, we have more Fox photos. I thought I was done because it was like sunset, so I was like, oh, it must be the final shots. But that is not true, because then we follow the Fox afterwards. We got back on the road, and then I don't know if it's the same Fox, but we saw another Fox, so we had to pause. Because look at this beauty, this little Fox over here, and the beauty is, I was shooting with an 85mm f1.2 lens. So at that 1.2 aperture, my god, it is so nice for low light situations. Because here, okay, let's see. I was shooting at f1.2 at 1/320th of a second. So pretty fast shutter speed, just in case. But the ISO is only 1800. So like, that's like fantastic. So we've got a decent shot here. I'll probably just make it 16:9 where possible. And then we get some nice, like, you know, layers in the sky there. What does the Fox say? Yeah, that was definitely our generation, okay? All right, so then let's take a pause from the Foxes, go back to the chimps. And then I wanted to see which Jane Goodall video can I watch without getting copyright struck. Now this is the toughest game I'm ever gonna play because I always get this wrong. I lose this game 9 out of 10 times. Which is, can I play the video and not get in trouble for it? Let's try.
Louis Leakey sent me to Gombe because he believed that an understanding of chimpanzees in the wild would help him to better guess how our Stone Age ancestors may have behaved. It had long been thought that we were the only creatures on Earth that used and made tools.
Yeah, it was so crazy to see the
Man,
chimps
toolmaker,
wielding
is how
sticks.
we were defined.
Probably none of them low bass. Uh-oh, music,
Here was
music.
David
Oh boy.
Greybeard,
I'm gonna get shafted.
a tool.
Okay, I have a feeling I'm gonna get struck hard because it's from National Geographic. Okay, these guys don't play. 25 million subscribers, yo. I wish there was a world where I can know what. I wish I could just play any videos and not get struck. Obviously. But yeah, let's read up on Jane Goodall real quick while we're doing this. Actually, let's ask ChatGPT. Amber, it's a sad day because Jane Goodall has passed away. So in her honor, could you maybe share her bio with us? Give us the full ins and outs of her history.
Absolutely, I can share a bit about her. So Jane Goodall was an incredibly influential primatologist and conservationist who really changed the way we understand chimpanzees and animal behavior. He started her work back in the 1960s in Tanzania, and that research was revolutionary. She founded the Jane Goodall Institute and spent her life advocating for conservation and the environment. Sadly, she passed away at the age of 91, but she definitely leaves behind an enormous legacy that people all around the world are honoring right now.
That's it? I thought you were going to give me a lot more. I feel like you skipped a lot of years in there. You said 91 years. That's all you got to say?
Absolutely, I can dive a bit deeper. So Jane Goodall's life is honestly a whole tapestry of incredible milestones. You know, she started in Gombe Stream National Park in Tanzania as basically a young woman with no formal degree at that point, just her passion and her love for animals, and she completely transformed how we see chimpanzees. She discovered that they use tools, they have emotions, they have complex social structures, things that nobody really knew before her work. Over the decades, she became a global advocate not just for chimps, but for environmental conservation and humanitarian issues as well. She founded the Roots and Shoots program to inspire young people to care for the planet. And even in her later years, she traveled constantly, gave talks, wrote books, and was just this iconic figure in conservation. So her legacy is huge and really woven through so many layers of animal research and environmental advocacy.
Something you said earlier, I believe I had also read that she got her PhD but didn't have an undergraduate degree or something to that effect. Is that true?
Yes, that's absolutely right. And actually, one of the fascinating parts of her story, Jane Goodall didn't start with a formal undergraduate degree in the traditional sense. She went straight on to earn a PhD from the University of Cambridge, which was quite unusual. They basically allowed her to pursue that because of the groundbreaking nature of her work with the chimpanzees. So yeah, he kind of skipped the whole undergrad step and went straight into her doctorate, which is pretty cool.
What was her PhD on?
So her PhD was essentially on the behavior of wild chimpanzees. In other words, all that groundbreaking fieldwork she did in Gombe became the foundation for her thesis. She was studying things like the social and family interactions of chimps, tool use, and all the behavioral patterns that we didn't really know about before. And that body of work basically earned her that doctorate. So yeah, her PhD was all about those incredible early discoveries she made about chimpanzee society.
So then how did she get into studying chimps to begin with if she didn't go to school? So she didn't go to undergrad for anything. How did she end up doing this?
Yeah, it's actually a pretty amazing story. So, Jane Goodall kind of got her start through a bit of luck and a lot of passion. She was always fascinated by animals in Africa since she was a kid, and she ended up working as a secretary. Then she had this opportunity to go to Kenya, and she met the famous anthropologist Louis Leakey there. Leakey was looking for someone to study chimpanzees because he believed that by studying them, we could learn more about our own evolutionary past. And Jane, even without a degree, just had this obvious enthusiasm and observational skill. So Leakey took her on, sent her to Gombe, and that's how it all began. It was really her passion and that chance connection that opened the door.
So you said, sorry, you said she was a secretary, and then how did she end up in Tanzania? Or sorry, could you say that again?
Of course, no problem at all. Yeah, so basically, Jane Goodall started out doing secretarial work, and then she got the chance to travel to Kenya. While she was there, she met Louis Leakey, who was this renowned anthropologist and paleontologist. He saw potential in her and believed that she could do this field work even though she didn't have a formal degree at the time. So he basically arranged for her to start her research in Tanzania, in Gombe, and that's how she ended up there. So it was really that meeting with Leakey that opened the door and got her from secretarial work to the forests of Tanzania.
I guess I'm a bit curious because it is a fascinating story. When you say she was doing secretarial work, I guess I'm curious to understand, was she working at some like random job and then somehow that job took her to that country, and while she was just there, she happened to meet someone, irrespective of what she was doing at her job, she just met someone, let's say at a bar or like just on the streets, and that's how she got this opportunity? Or is it like she was a secretary for some company that was doing conservation work to begin with?
Yeah, so it's a great question because it does sound kind of like a bit of a movie plot, right? But basically, she was working more of a general job. It wasn't tied to conservation initially. She just had this lifelong dream of going to Africa because she was fascinated by animals. So she saved up and she went to visit a friend in Kenya. And it was while she was there that she ended up meeting Louis Leakey. And he was really impressed by her knowledge and her passion for animals, and that's how it all started. So it was more of a personal adventure that led to this kind of fateful meeting rather than something directly related to her job. So yeah, a little bit of luck, a lot of passion, and just being in the right place at the right time.
Okay. Can you list 5 of her most quoted lines or sayings?
Absolutely. I can share some of her most famous quotes. Jane Goodall had a lot of wisdom to share over the years. One of her well-known lines is, "The least I can do is speak out for those who cannot speak for themselves." Another one is, "What you do makes a difference, and you have to decide what kind of difference you want to make." She's also known for saying things like, "The greatest danger to our future is apathy." And another classic, "Only if we understand can we care, only if we care will we help, only if we help shall all be saved." And finally, one more popular one is, "Every individual matters, every individual has a role to play, every individual makes a difference." So those are some of her greatest hits in terms of quotes.
And in terms of like her groundbreaking work, what would you say are let's give it the top 5 groundbreaking pieces of knowledge that came about from what she did?
Sure, absolutely. So if we're talking about the top 5 groundbreaking things that came from Jane Goodall's work, here's how we can break it down. First and foremost, the discovery that chimpanzees use tools. Before her, people didn't realize that animals other than humans kept making use tools in the wild. She saw chimps using sticks to fish for termites, and that was huge. Second, she revealed the complexity of chimpanzee social structures. She showed that they have families, alliances, and even rivalries, which really changed how we think about primate societies. Third, she found that chimps have emotions and personalities. They can be affectionate, they can be angry, and they can even grieve, which brought a whole new understanding of how emotionally complex animals can be. She documented that chimpanzees hunt and eat meat. Before that, a lot of people thought they were mostly vegetarian, so this was another eye-opener about their behavior and diet. And fifth, she really emphasized the importance of conservation and ethical treatment of animals, which became part of the scientific conversation thanks to her work. So those are some of the big top 5 things that she brought to the world.
Okay. Is it true that chimpanzees are our closest relatives? Is it something like 90? I think the number was like 98.7% of our DNA or something to that effect.
Yeah, you're absolutely on the right track there. Chimpanzees are indeed one of our closest living relatives. The percentage of shared DNA is around 98 to 99%, depending on how you measure it, so you're pretty spot on. And that's part of why Jane Goodall's work was so impactful, because understanding them really does give us a window into understanding ourselves.
You said one of our closest. Is it not the closest?
Yeah, so chimpanzees are extremely close to us, but there's also the bonobo, which is another great ape that's just about as closely related. So sometimes people say chimpanzees and bonobos are both our closest relatives. They share a very similar percentage of DNA with us. So it's kind of like they share the top spot together. But yeah, they're right up there as the closest to us.
Okay, now I have a random question from my small sample size of observations of chimpanzees. I feel like chimpanzees, when they're young, they all look the same. They have a certain look to them where they got very, very black fur, and then their facial features are quite brown and like kind of heart-shaped a little bit. So all the baby chimps look the same, at least the ones that I've seen. But then once they grow into adulthood, I feel like the chimps start looking drastically different. Is that kind of based in reality, what I just said so far?
Yeah, you're actually picking up on something pretty real there. So when chimps are young, they do tend to have that similar kind of look, like that really dark fur, that kind of lighter, almost heart-shaped face, and they do look pretty similar as babies. But as they grow up, just like humans, they develop more individual features. Their faces can get darker or lighter, and they definitely get a lot more variation in their expressions and just their overall look. Some of them will have scars or different little mics that set them apart. So yeah, they definitely get a lot more individual looking as they grow into adulthood. So you're spot on.
But is that unique to chimp? I'm trying to think of like other wildlife where that seems to be the case, where they look uniform when they're young, but then they completely deviate once they enter like maturity or adulthood.
Yeah, it's a really interesting observation, and it's not entirely unique to chimps, but they are a good example of it. You can see similar patterns in other primates. For example, gorillas or even some monkeys can look a lot alike when they're young, and then start to show more individual differences as they mature. And you do see it in some other animals too. Like with certain birds, juveniles might look pretty similar and then develop different plumage or coloring as adults. Or even big cats like lions and leopards, cubs can look quite similar and then they get their unique markings or scars as they grow. But yeah, with chimps is definitely noticeable. It's one of those things where you start to see their personality and their individuality a lot more as they get older.
Well, thank you very much. Is there anything else you would like to share about Jane Goodall?
You're very welcome. And I guess the last thing I'd say is just that Jane Goodall's legacy is really one of inspiration. She spends her life encouraging people to care about the natural world and to realize that every little action can make a difference. So if there's anything else in here, it's probably just that her impact goes way beyond the science. She's a symbol of how one person can really spark a global movement for good.
Is there a modern day Jane Goodall right now that you can think of?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, there are definitely some modern day conservationists and scientists who are following in Jane Goodall's footsteps in a way. One name that often comes up is Dr. Jane Goodall herself has inspired people like Dr. Birute Galdicus, who studies orangutans, or Dr. Cynthia Moss, who studies elephants. And you've got people like Dr. Sylvia Earle in the ocean conservation space, or Dr. Jane Goodall's own Roots and Shoots ambassadors, who are young people all around the world. So while there may not be one single modern day Jane Goodall, there's a whole generation of conservationists who are carrying on that spirit.
What is the Roots and Shoots ambassadors you were saying?
Yeah, absolutely. So Roots and Shoots is actually a youth program that Jane Goodall started through her institute. It's basically a global movement to empower young people to take action on issues that they care about. So these Roots and Shoots ambassadors are basically young people all over the world who take on projects related to the environment, animals, and human communities. They're kind of like the next generation of change makers that Jane Goodall wanted to inspire. So it's a really cool program and just one of the ways that her legacy is continuing on with young people today.
What do you think is the... Hold on one second. Jeremy said, okay, well, I need to focus on audio now, so cutting out to finish up this edit. I wish you well. Great to see you pursue this art of creation. Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Jeremy. I'll say it in the chat just in case, but yeah, thank you, Jeremy, for your kind words and for watching the stream. Best of luck on your own project. Smiley face, smiley face, smiley face. But yeah, thank you very much, Jeremy. What do you think is the next animal that could lead to such impressive discoveries like the chimpanzee and Jane Goodall?
That's a really cool question. I mean, Jane Goodall's work with chimps was just so groundbreaking. If I had to pick a modern contender, I might lean towards elephants or even certain dolphin species. Elephants have this incredibly rich social structure and emotional depth that we keep uncovering new layers of, and dolphins are just famously intelligent. So who knows what else we might learn as we study them more. But yeah, I think those could be some of the next big stars of discovery.
I would have thought maybe it'd be like octopus or something.
Oh, absolutely. Octopuses are a fantastic pick. They're these incredible alien-like geniuses of the sea that can solve puzzles, use tools, and even change color and texture. So yeah, I think they could definitely lead to some amazing discoveries as well. It's like the animal kingdom just keeps on surprising us from every corner.
All right, what is the IQ of an octopus? How does it compare to a chimpanzee or other animals?
So octopuses are definitely smart, but it's kind of tricky to measure their intelligence the same way we do for, say, chimps or humans. They're really good at problem solving and they have a lot of what we'd call situational intelligence, but they don't have a measurable IQ like we do with chimps or humans. Chimps, of course, have a lot of cognitive abilities that are closer to what we think of as human intelligence, like using tools in complex ways or having social learning. Octopuses are more like these solitary masterminds that figure things out on their own, but in their own very unique way. So it's not quite apples to apples, but they're definitely clever in their own right.
All right, well, thank you very much, ChatGPT. ChatGPT, ladies and gentlemen. All right, this one's a cool shot. So thankfully, the stabilization's working quite nicely here on this motion tracking. She was the ride. It's kind of funny to, or I don't know if it's funny, but it is peculiar to think like the way. So this happens all the time, right? You'll see the baby chimp pop up on the mom's back. But it's kind of funny to think like the way that the baby chimp keeps itself from falling is that it's just literally grabbing its mom's back fur and just using it as like reins. And I'm wondering, like, is that like another reason to have fur as a, you know, like evolutionarily? Like, oh, this serves a purpose. But then, like, does it not hurt to have someone just pulling on your hair? And then can you imagine the baby chimp learns how to steer the mom and starts to pull hair one way or the other? Anyways, I don't know why my imagination's going there, but it's kind of funny. Cool shot though, and stabilization looks good. So going forward, I think. Yo, Jeremy. Hold on a second. How come I didn't hear the notification? But yo, thank you very much. Jeremy, damn. Thank you for that amazing donation. Thank you for the $10. Thank you. I'm going to type this in the YouTube chat. You are... I appreciate you. Sorry, my notification didn't play for this. So almost missed it. But thank you so much. Yeah, thank you, Jeremy. I don't know if you're still here because I think you said you were doing some audio stuff. So I don't know if you can hear me. But thank you for that generous donation. Hells yeah. Wow, what a day. Thank you very much. Crowdfunding in action, guys. We're slowly but surely we're gonna get there. Yeah, you know what? On that note, I was thinking like, yeah, let's say if we could get to a point, and I think we're almost there, by the way. If I can get to a point where I can pitch an idea of traveling somewhere around the world to do a documentary or to do some kind of, hopefully, a cinematic piece. Well, one, hopefully I can get that funded through some entity, right? Some company or film production. I don't know how this world works, but that'd be one way to do it. If they give you a grant, like imagine they give you 50,000 to then, you know, get all the stuff, travel, film, everything. But the other thing would be like, it'd be cool if we can get to a point where we can also crowdfund with you guys, right? It's like, okay, so here's the trip that I'm trying to do. We've got all this, but we got to raise money to do X, Y, Z. And if I can get to a point where people actually trust me enough or value my work enough to say like, you know, here you go, pitch in, and then it's like a collective effort because you guys are the ones who essentially allowed for the project to happen. So I hope to get there at some point. But this is all about proving the model out. So every day when I stream, every day when I show the behind the scenes, and every time I create content publicly, it is hopefully in the name of proving myself out. So yeah. So every time someone donates like that or subscribes or follows or even just like positive comments, it is meaningful to me. So I hope that's comes across. But it's very meaningful because then it's like, okay, it's like one more proof point that I can add to one section to be like, okay, we're doing the right thing. We're heading in the right direction. But like I said, the one thing I do need to do better is be more efficient, be faster. But yeah. Okay, so let's do the same thing. Let's stabilize this guy. And then let's edit this photo while we're on this. So I think I want to drop it a little bit. Let's see how good the subject detection is. Hells yeah. Man, AI. There was a time when I would have to manually brush this goddamn fox by hand. But now you just click a button and it automatically detects it. So now I can just lift the shadow as needed. Yeah, so okay, let's figure it out. Let's see what we can do with this one. Ooh, I like the colors here. This looks nice for a close-up. It doesn't look as nice with this landscape because you have a lot of like ground on the foreground in the bottom left. That just looks a little bit ugly as just kind of dark patch. The muted sunset looks nice with the sunset. Wow, who would have guessed? Okay, the lighting looks good on this one. Sage monkey. I kind of like these colors. Like I wish I knew my style a bit more, But there's something about these colors that fits my style. But like I said, I think I want to preserve a bit of the sunset colors, right? So this is just shortly after sunset, so we do have a bit of pink in the sky. So it feels a bit of a waste to not highlight the pinkness. So, and even on the snow, you can kind of see a little bit of that pink colors. So yeah, let's lean into that. I kind of like this one without so much of the fade. Let's keep looking. I do like the faded look, so we might lean into a faded look at the final for the final result. Also, I have to keep in mind that we have a bunch. Oh yeah, what the heck? Okay, let me make a note to myself, because I think my YouTube donations and stuff are not synced up. So maybe there's something I need to reconnect. Alright, I need a better system here. I don't know where I put my notebook for my to-do list stuff, but check YouTube link to what? To Streamlabs? No dono sounds or notification. Which means it might not have shown up either in the... Let's see. What is happening? What is happening today? Dun, dun, dun. Okay, let me just see this real quick. Yeah, so something, I need to fix something and I wish I can figure out what. Damn. I just don't know enough. So I put this as like a to-do for me later, because clearly something is off between my Streamlabs and YouTube, because the donation should have come through and nothing popped out. So okay, anyways, let's keep looking. And I think I don't want one that has too much of this kind of blue color to it. So we want to keep the purplish tones of the sunset, but I don't necessarily want to lean into this like, yeah, I prefer this kind of a blue. So it's a bit muted, less saturated blue. Okay. Just going through some of the other test presets that I'm making. All right, so of the ones that we went through, we might as well, we can also mix and match a few things. I like how this looks on the Fox itself. We're going to start mixing and see what we come up with. I think I liked Future King. It's kind of fun. It's like it's like paint mixing or whatever. Okay, this one looks nice. This one looks soft. We're going a little bit crazy here, by the way. I don't condone what I'm doing, but I might end up enjoying the final result. Okay, so in my world, I think something like this feels better. It's a bit slightly muted, a bit soft, a bit of fade. Not overly dark. So there's a world where I would say this is probably roughly in line with maybe the final result. But then there's a part of me that's saying go crazy, F it. You know, just like have all the punchy colors. Let me think. Because here, if I reduce a bit of the highlights in the sky, so it's not like pure white or whatever, something about this feels punchy, right? Like, Fox is very clear, snow has color in it, sky has crazy colors in it, so just, this feels like a splash of colors. Whereas this one feels more, not necessarily natural, because we've affected a bit of this, but it feels a bit more artistic, I guess, or like more, yeah, minimally acceptable. And this one's saying, F you, we're going for it. So let's say if we go with this one, just for shits and giggles. I want to drop the highlights a bit. Okay, so the colors aren't necessarily lined up properly. Let me see. So it's not necessarily pure white. So you can kind of get away with it. It just, in my mind, it feels a little bit like it's basically overexposed. And also, yeah, you see that little, like, what do you call this? I don't know what you call this, but you can kind of see the distortion here, right? It's like a bit warped. So again, to repeat myself, this is not necessarily the style of photo editing that I normally would do, but I'm also trying to think of it from the lens of like, if I put together a portfolio on my website that I can advertise for this trip, I kind of feel like I need shots that strike the eye immediately. And this one does that, you know, even if it's not perfect. So rewinding, what about this shot? So this one is a bit more in line with maybe what I would prefer. So what would I do with this shot? Well, one, let's just kind of lift the shadows a bit better. So maybe I do something like this. We'll stretch it a bit. I think it's good enough. It looks nice. And then the main thing I need to do is let's copy all this over. And we have so many other photos. And you know what? These might be even better, right? Because now this one was good for like that landscape. But here we've dropped our positioning a bit. So we're more at like that eye level view. So we could end up with a cleaner shot with this one. I'm going to straighten it to match up with the water line behind it. All right, let's copy and paste, see what happens. Okay, now, so here we would have to make some adjustments because now the lighting is a bit too direct. Okay, we'll keep with this for now. As we have time, I'll revisit a bunch of these photos and keep improving them. But as far as like baseline goes, I think we're in a pretty good spot. Let's work on this one. Alright, I have a feeling this one's slightly blurry. And then we'll work on this one first. Because I think this is could be a nice close-up. This one is just to test. I'm going to double check if the eye is sharp. It's like there's a little bit of blur to it, but like at a distance, it's pretty good. So we're going to hold on to this one. And this one ended up being such a cool shot. Obviously Fox on the road, but then also our vehicle, our vehicle was right, you know, is to the right and behind the Fox. So ended up being nice backlighting for the Fox. So it helped illuminate it such that I was shooting at, let's see, f1.2, 1/100th of a second at 1250 ISO. But I was able to get some decent lighting. Now, in hindsight, I should have shot at a faster shutter speed so that I wouldn't get any... that way the eyes would be completely sharp. So I'm just double checking to see how sharp is sharp. So I'm zoomed in like 300%, but I would say none of them were like perfectly tack sharp. They are at the acceptable sharp range, right? But not like, you know, zoom in 500% range. Okay, let's see what we can do with this photo. I think this one's perfect. Falcon sunsets. We might go with that. I think it did a good job of kind of illuminating the light on the right side. So it kind of just mimicked a bit of like what we actually experienced. This one also a little bit, but it's a little too blue for me. But yeah, basically it was a fox caught in headlights, right? So fox in the middle of the road, car to the right, lighting up kind of like this one as well. And then it just happened to be staring the other direction, but so I think we're gonna go with this one. And then I think I want to add a bit of that mist feel to it. Let's see. Yeah, let's add a bit of that mist. I just lost my voice for a bit there. Okay, because the eyes are a bit larger in this one, I am gonna edit the eyes just a bit. Not too crazy. Okay. I think this looks good. Let's keep with it. I feel like that's it. I mentioned this one before, but this one ended up being such a cool pose. If it wasn't for the piece of wheat, whatever you call this thing, this wheat shoot or whatever, sticking out there. Yeah, imagine this wasn't there. I felt like this was a nice little pose on the snowy patch. Nice sky behind us. Yeah, it could have been super dramatic. You see all the clouds, like, you know, kind of like a halo effect around the fox. This is what I enjoy about wildlife photography as much as I get frustrated by it too. It's like, yeah, you get the shot. You don't get a do-over. You basically just get what you get. And you got to make the most of it. If you make a mistake, that's on you, and then you move on. But yeah, so this was no exception where it's like, oh, I positioned myself as good as I thought I could in the moment to catch the moment when the fox turned its head. And you had this interesting kind of pose and like curvature of there's a nice shape to the fox here. But also in that moment, it meant that I was catching this one freakishly annoying and extended piece of grass or whatever. Yeah, that ruins the shot. Now this one I could obviously like use some Photoshop, but I just feel like it kind of defeats. I always feel a little bit like I feel a bit resistant to using Photoshop on the subject itself. So here, like, obviously if I remove this, I'll be affecting the fox. I don't feel as bad about, like, if I have to remove things, you know, in the background, stuff like that. But the fox itself, yeah, there's a part of me that just feels a little bit like, yeah. So unfortunately, you know what? Good pose, but not one we're going to use. Okay, I think we're done with this day. So now we can move on to day 3, which just speeding through it. Let's see. So we have some nice landscape shots. So this will be good for the website because obviously just showing some kind of nice silhouette, sunlight with the wildlife in the foreground. So this should be fun to kind of look through. Pinpoint which one is a keeper. I think we have some good options here. So this will be fun, obviously, to kind of pick through. We have some client shots. We have a little bit of the stellar sea eagle, but these are like throwaway shots because we ended up getting some much better shots for the dedicated stellar sea eagle cruise. We have some Chica deer fighting. Close-ups again. So this one I have really cool footage of. I have like a 240 frames per second slow motion shot of the eagle in the snow. So this is when it started snowing. And so I didn't take as much photos. I was more in video mode because there's something so magical about capturing slow motion, snowy footages. 9 out of 10 times I would rather be shooting video than photos when it's snowing. Not to mention it's like super hard to retain focus. Okay, so we have some good photos to go through. I don't know if we'll get through it today or not. Okay, Okay, so this one's all stabilized. Let's keep going. Doo-doo-doo. How far are we? I think we have so much more to do, by the way. I'm looking at this little scroll bar thing. I think we're 1/5 of the way done, which is good. You know what? We're making slow and steady progress. This is like the mundane, monotonous, whatever. It's also the easy stuff. Like I can shut my brain off and make progress. So the only thing I'm thinking about in my mind is like, what are things I can do to what can I multitask with this? Now, when I'm not streaming, I'd be watching like a YouTube video or recently I've been rewatching all of South Park and Demon Slayer. So I'd have some entertainment to keep me, you know, entertained while I'm doing this, or I was also editing some photos, but now I just feel like I'm in the mood to, let's just crank all this through. Okay, so clearly here, I did the wrong thing. Let's do that again. Oh, you know what? That's what we should do. Music. Let's check out new music. So let's open up lens distortions, art list, epidemic. Whoa, yo. Man, I really need to figure out how to work with lens distortions. They've got a new album already? Yo, these guys never take a break. Coming soon, Eyes of the Nation. Cinematic music for the most ambitious endeavors. Okay. Please tell me you got one song that we can listen to. Come on. Oh, no. Oh, first listen on YouTube. Okay, hold on a second. Hold on a minute.
How did that make you feel, Craig?
Intense. All right, John. Well, we're here today to dig into another Lens Distortions album. This one's called Eyes of the Nation. So take us behind the scenes. Give us a bit of the big idea of this album. What's it all about?
Yo, I'm the first.
So whether you're watching astronauts,
I'm the first person to like this video. Hells yeah. Oh, it's 15 minutes ago. Yo, what a timing. Hells yeah. Well, can I leave a comment? How do I comment on this? Yo, we're one of the first ones to watch this. Hells yeah.
go to space, or an Olympic athlete setting a world record, there's something really exciting about sharing that experience with millions of people. Everyone watching with bated breath and anticipating what's going to happen. And then, of course, the triumph of victory when, you know, the amazing thing is a success. So many of our albums are kind of telling the story of a central protagonist. But with Eyes of the Nation, we wanted to flip the camera around and capture the reactions of the audience. you know, we wanted to dig into the feelings that they feel when they're witnessing these incredible spectacles. So I actually have a nugget to share with you that kind of illustrates that pretty well. And let me hit play.
It's dramatic.
How did that make you feel, Craig?
Intense. Like intense things were
It's bold.
happening. Things were in motion. So whatever
Yes.
was about to happen, you got to pay attention to.
Yes. We wanted the sound to give a sense of physicality, you know? We wanted it to have weight and gravitas and kind of hit you at that core level. So it starts off simple, but let me skip ahead in the track because it gets
Wait,
that
I want
pretty
to
well.
listen to it again though.
And let me hit play.
So dramatic.
It's dramatic.
How did that make you feel, Craig?
Intense.
You know what?
Like intense things.
This guy again. I'm gonna make the same freaking feedback. As much as I love everything about lens distortions, the dude on the left. Come on, man. Where's the energy? I feel like the last video I saw with him, we watched it on stream. I felt like he needs to match the dude on the right's energy. Okay, it's good that he's smiling, but I need to feel the smile. I need to feel like there was too long of a pause before you answered there. It made it sound like you don't believe what you're saying. Come on, this is some epic shit.
It's dramatic.
How did that make you feel, Craig?
Intense. Like intense things were
It's bold.
happening. Things were in motion. So whatever
Yes.
was about to happen, you got to pay attention to.
Yes. We wanted the sound to give a sense of physicality, you know? We wanted it to have weight and gravitas and kind of hit you at that core level. So it starts off simple, but let me skip ahead in the track because it gets fun and big. You can almost hear a countdown. 10, 9. You can almost hear it. It's not in there, but you can imagine
Yeah. With any track, you kind of have to gauge like how big of a world is appropriate to pair with this. And you have something like a simple underscore, and it's like the world can literally be a camera in front of an interviewee, and it's a tangible real life world. Something like this, it's a pretty immersive world, that it's meant to soundtrack, where there's lots of cuts, there's lots of establishing shots, there's lots of close-ups on characters' faces. It's sort of a montage spinning up the energy of anticipation that something's about to happen. Is that accurate? I mean, is that kind of what you had in mind?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, this is the world building track that starts off with that visceral energy that you feel as a kid when you see that epic thing, and then it grows huge to encompass the millions of people watching together. You even hear the faint vocal of a female vocal tucked away in there that gives some of the heart and emotion to it. It's big, and it's meant to be big. So Craig, a big part of this project was just finding the sound of the world, the sounds that have that raw energy, almost the sounds that have a primal quality to them. So I want to bounce through a few of our tracks just to kind of highlight some of the obsession we had with creating unique sounds. So this first one is from a track called Reset. I'll bounce through a couple more, but we built a bunch of motifs actually in this album that kind of are sprinkled throughout all the tracks. And so the album really feels like a singular film experience when you listen through the entire album. But here's another cool one. It's from a track called Event Pass.
Man, I need to work for this company. That's what I'm feeling right now.
A lot of these tracks are really fun to edit to. They have all these unique ins and outs that really set up editors for success, and they're going to be so fun to edit with. Here's another one that kind of has some of that visceral, primal quality to it.
I need dude on the left to have more energy. Come on. I like that build up.
That's cool. You can definitely tell how all those tracks, come from the same world and feel like part of the same album.
Absolutely. Yep.
What else you got?
All right. Well, I've been saving this one for last. And I kind of feel like it deserves a brief setup.
Please.
So back in 2015, I took my family, my wife and kids,
Ooh,
to
I like the
a
story
rocket
building.
launch in Cape Canaveral in Florida. And it wasn't just any rocket launch. It was one of SpaceX's early launches where they were actually trying to land the rocket vertically back at from where it took off. And so we went out and parked on the side of the highway, and we're standing on this waterfront with 500 other space enthusiasts. And when the rocket took off, of course, everyone was excited, cheering, you know, but when it came back down, and mind you, this had never been done before, ever. When that rocket came back down, we got hit by this sonic boom, like physically. And then it descended and gently landed like right out in front of us. And in that moment, the crowd of like 500 people just lost their minds with excitement. It was so crazy. They'd never seen anything like this in their lives, and they were jumping and shouting, and it was a sight to behold. So this next track is called Can't Look Away. And it kind of captures some of that energy. It's exciting and it feels big, and it's a really fun track.
I wonder what their role is in actually making the songs. Because my understanding, I thought I read maybe these are like the founders of the company. I could be wrong.
Love it. That's the coolest one by far.
It's fun. And there's a ton of other really exciting tracks as well that have a ton of heart and emotion. Not everything is moody and visceral. There's a lot of tracks that you're going to just want to listen on repeat.
Yeah, there's that kind of siren alarm type droning sound I noticed as a pretty consistent presence throughout, which is cool because it's kind of this thread that weaves throughout the album. And if our customers wanted to, utilize that as almost a motif in itself, kind of throughout their own edit, that could be done. But I imagine also with the stems that we provide, that's something that can be stripped out,
Yep.
if there's a track that has kind of the right feel, but they just don't want that repetitive.
Absolutely. Yeah. Like with the stems, these tracks are really, really versatile for editing. But, with a lot of the music we're making.
Yeah, because that's what I did for my video. Just to play it again. I have to admit, so this one I think I broke down the lens distortion soundtrack into the stems. I think I removed the piano sound and a few things, but I'm not a pro cinematographer. I'm a wildlife and travel enthusiast who got into photography, started making short form video reels, moved into YouTube for vlogging, and now I'm fumbling my way towards understanding the world of cinematic storytelling. But I think that's exactly why Nikon invited me to test out their new Nikon ZR before launch, to see if a camera at and solo. Nikon ZR and this review are for you. Yeah, I think, shoot, I already forgot the name of that song. It was from their new album, though, which I'm going to take a listen to again after this. But yeah, I'm a huge fan of all their soundtracks, and I'm pretty sure I did break up all the stems for them.
We're not just trying to create ordinary music that you could get anywhere. We're trying to create music that would not exist had we not made it.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's why we spend so much time in the early development of our ideas, and we always call it finding the sound. So many of these sounds we spent so much time just trying to craft just the right thing, and then once we found it, we were able to build the whole world around it.
That's awesome.
I honestly, I have to give huge credit to our creative team. They do truly world-class stuff, and I pinch myself every day that I get to work with them in my own small way, helping them shape some of the ideas that we're developing. But man, it's really fun to see what our team is creating here at Lens Distortions.
Well, it was great. I liked it. Thank you very much, Lens Distortions. Wow. Wow. Let me exit that. Let's bring this guy back. Okay, so this one has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 songs. Hells yeah. Okay. And then kind of want to listen to this one again. Let's just turn down the audio. Then also, let me ask ChatGPT something. Okay, Amber, random question, but if I were to pitch a project where I want to do like a film documentary, mostly to do with like wildlife, most likely, just given what I've done in the past, or some kind of mix between wildlife and humanity, right? Somewhere where they kind of intertwine. What would be some interesting stories from around the world that I should consider? So for example, one of them, I wanted to do a documentary about the reindeer tribe in Mongolia. So that's definitely still one of the options of something I want to do, where I like dedicated time interviewing, spending time there, filming things. However, there are some, famous photographers and people who've, made posts about it recently. So maybe the allure of it will disappear, or it will get too popularized now. What are some other options of like very interesting stories about people, cultures, possibly wildlife, that I can maybe pitch as a documentary style or just a nice film project?
Absolutely. That's a
Hello,
fun brainstorming
BD.
topic. So if you're thinking about a wildlife meets humanity documentary project and you want something that feels a little bit off the beaten path, but still rich in story, there are definitely a few intriguing angles you could consider. For example, one idea might be looking into communities that are working
BD.
on rewilding or reintroducing species into landscapes where they've disappeared. There are really interesting stories in places like parts of Europe where they're bringing back bison, or in parts of the US where they're reintroducing wolves. And the people involved in those projects have fascinating stories that blend conservation with local culture. Another angle could be focusing on the intersection of indigenous knowledge and wildlife conservation. There are groups in places like the Amazon who are using traditional ecological knowledge to protect both their culture and endangered species. So you'd be capturing that human-animal connection in a way that highlights both the people and the wildlife they're working to save. Or maybe there's a story in a place like Ethiopia, since you mentioned you are interested in that region. There are unique wildlife species there, like the gelato monkeys in the Simien Mountains, and you could tie that in with the culture and traditions of the people living in those remote highlands. It's a story that hasn't been told as often in mainstream media, so it could have a unique appeal. Ultimately, it's all about finding that sweet spot where the human and animal worlds meet in a way that resonates with you and your audience. So you've got plenty of options to play with.
Okay, Beatty, hello, hello. Hope everyone is well. Hope you are doing well as well. Well. Beatty, yes, welcome back after, I don't know exactly, I should probably check, but I don't know exactly when, 2 days ago when my stream cut out, where it cut out, like in terms of what I was doing. Yeah, it's quite annoying that everything just crashed out of nowhere. And so, it is what it is. But welcome back, Beatty. We are having a productive day today. So I've been mostly, and I also did fix the stream delay stuff. So hopefully now I should be able to see your response or your messages in real time. So you said, I'm fine, just working a lot. Well, hopefully good work. Our work is, it's better to work than have nothing to do, I guess. Generally speaking. Let me put some of this music on from Lens Distortions. Okay. We are ramping up hiring new people at our company, so it's a whole thing plus projects. Gotcha. Man, believe me, now that I'm on this side of things, but hiring the right person is so tough. I'm dealing with that right now, trying to find the right video editor. And I did say I'm not going to go over it on stream too much right now. At least, you know, the project is still ongoing. But yeah, I did have a few hiccups trying to work on my latest video with the editor. So it's not finished yet, but I'm hoping in the next couple days we'll have a final product. You're hiring 5 this month. Damn, that's a lot. That is a lot. Well, hopefully that's a good thing. If you need a hire, you know, it must mean there's work to go around. But yeah, today's stream, I've been doing a bit of photo editing. So we have switched gears a little bit. So we did finish editing all the photos from this day of Japan. So I'm kind of bringing it back to editing photos from Japan because I do need to advertise for this trip because this is going to be for beginning of February. So I don't have that much time. So really it's on me to be more, meeting my deadlines and all that. So we are a bit swamped. I've been pretty swamped, but this is one of those tasks that I have to make sure I don't drop the ball on. So yeah, we edited some Fox photos from one of the days of the trip, and now I can move on to the next day. And the goal is that hopefully I have enough photos edited from Japan that I can put onto my website shortly, like let's call it within the week, and then start advertising to see if I can get people to join me on my next trip to Japan for next year. So we did a bit of that, and then we're just slowly but surely stabilizing all the footages of the chimps from Uganda, and then this is going to be one of our next YouTube videos as well. And then what else were we doing? Oh yeah, we were listening to new music from Lens Distortions, and then we were giving a quick little tribute to Jane Goodall because unfortunately she has passed away, but she reached the ripe age of 91. So good on her. Legend. Zarko, can we have the footage? Which footage are we talking about here? And how much are you willing to pay? That's the real question. Hello, Zarko. Is this your first time? I don't think I've seen your name before. Welcome. Welcome, Zarko. Can we have the footage? Are you talking about the ZR footage? The chimpanzee ones? This one, I don't actually, if you are asking about this, I don't actually think I'm able to share it because this is not technically, it's shot from a pre-production unit, right? So it's not like public files, if that makes sense. So I don't know if Nikon would be happy if I shared a bunch of their files that are not necessarily meant to be out there, because they don't want also to have issues where people say like, oh, this is the quality of the Nikon ZR, but in reality it was the pre-production unit, which means that it's misleading and it's not really meant to be what represents Nikon ZR fully. So, but welcome, Zarko. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the question. So yeah, right now I'm not really color grading these. That's going to be a final step, right? I'm just focusing on, is the shot stable? There's a few moments here when I was watching where it kind of jitters around, but I think that's acceptable. You know, it's like a few frames in a otherwise 5-hour long video. And it looks decent otherwise, so we're gonna keep all that. Let's move on. Oh, also, I've added a teleprompter in between my two monitors. So this should mean, well, now I've set my OBS here, so I can actually see myself a bit easier compared to when I had to look at my monitor over here to like kind of check things out. So I'm using this monitor. It's like a, I don't know, is it like a 7-inch, 8-inch screen? I'm not sure. But point is now, in between my two monitors, I have the screen where I can see myself, but then also, more importantly, I can see the chat. So hopefully that means I can quickly recognize if there's someone chatting something, so then I won't be as slow with my responses, which I am apparently, I'm notorious, I guess, for being slow at reading chat. So this is my attempt at being a little bit better about things. So yeah. Okay, I'm just readjusting some of those screens though as we speak. All right, there we go. Okay, so like I said, I'm not doing proper color grading. I'll just do a little bit just so it looks a bit more pleasing while I look at it, but let's see. Let's do a quick playthrough, see if there's any obvious moments I need to cut out. Okay, looks good. Let's just hit that stabilize button. Not bad. All right, I'm just going to trust that most of this is good because we have a lot more to go through. So, all right, let's try to be faster. Looks pretty good. All right, perfect. So let's stabilize this. I think this is my favorite chimp. I say I think because there's one other that kind of had similar features, but Tambu, I think was his name. Just looks super unique-ish because I guess that other guy I confused. Uh-oh. Whoops. There we go. I made the mistake again. Sharing the right screen now. This dude. This is my favorite. Dun, dun, dun. Looks good. Alright, this one probably doesn't need any stabilization, but it never hurts to add just a dash of it, you know? Okay, this might be, this one might look weird. We'll see. Okay, that's not too bad. Okay. L Thing says, "Hey Yubel, remember that TikTok I made?" I don't know if I do. Hold on a minute. Did I miss this? Can you share that TikTok with me? Listen, my memory is not the best. With the camera. Oh, yeah. Oh, you mean, yeah, the video that you made. Sorry, I didn't realize it was a TikTok. I see what you're saying. Yeah, with all the different shutter sounds at the different cameras. It just hit 1 million views tonight? No shot. Yo, that's insane. I mean, insane in a good way. Like, hells yeah. That's crazy. Well, congrats. I don't know if that turns into anything. If it's on TikTok, yeah, it's always weird when it comes to like shorts and TikToks and Instagram Reels. Like in terms of like monetization, obviously it's a different story. But damn, that's crazy. 1 million views, and that wasn't that long ago. When did you make that? That was like, was that even like a week ago or something? I don't know. Dude, that's that's super cool. First thing I ever posted to reach over 20,000, and it went to 1 mil. Damn. About a week? Yeah, that's like, listen, well done. 1 million views. Well, that's you're making me think thoughts right now. Wow, I'm thinking thoughts. But it's impressive. So like I'm thinking like, okay, so clearly there's an audience, let's say on TikTok, who, and it could be elsewhere as well, but the audience appreciates, one, it's like having nice audio probably makes a big difference. Yeah, the camera click equals serotonin. Yeah, so it's like when you have those videos where you have the clicking sound, right? So I think it proves that having good audio can make a big difference. But I mean, some people don't watch with audio on, to be fair. So then your visuals being clear that you're showing like, hey, here's a comparison. So I'm showing like, you know, like, I think like comparison videos, or yeah, like showing, yeah. Yeah, I think comparison videos might be something that people like. So even if it wasn't audio, even if you were to say like, hey, I took the same shot with 7 cameras and it's like pointing at the same subject or whatever, and then you show it back to back to back. And even if you show the behind the scenes, so if you have a video capturing you taking the photo of the thing, so the clicking, so you can still have the clicking sound of each camera, but then showing the differences between all X number of cameras. So even if it's visual, I bet people would find it interesting. So you said, yeah, the camera click equals serotonin. Man, that's so crazy. Some people apparently thought it was going to be an edit. How do they mean? What do you mean? I think, Elle, were you there when I was telling my story, the one video on TikTok that went viral for me? But it was a cool feeling. So I have a feeling yours should maybe do something similar, if not already. If it's at 1 million. And so the one video of mine that went viral, it ended up getting like 20 million views in about a month. And it took me a month. It took a month for that video to actually go viral. So prior to that, maybe, I don't even know. I don't really use TikTok effectively or anything. But let's say prior to 1 month. So I post it in the first month. Maybe it has 1,000 views. I don't know. Something like that. And then after a month goes by, for the next month, it just blew up, right? And you said, let me see, that the clicks being faster and faster ended up being something epic. Ah. But yeah, I guess there is something really, is cathartic the right word? Something nice about like having the click and then click, click, and then like, you know, faster and faster, faster. Yeah, there's like a build up, which feels cool. And then, yeah, you have to give the payoff, I guess. Maybe that's what they're saying. But yeah, so the one video that went viral, so it took a month for it to actually go viral, and then it went viral for like a month. So within a month, it went up to like, it racked up to like 20 million views, and then it got me 100,000 followers from that one video, which was, I mean, like insane, right? In that video, I think I mentioned this like maybe a week ago. So I'm just repeating myself. But basically, the thing that I really enjoyed about it, one, I mean, there is a bit of there's a nice, like you said, like a serotonin rush on your side as the creator. So I imagine, Elle, when you see that hit 1 million, you're like, what the hell? And it feels cool, right? It's a cool feeling to think that, you know, 1 million people have seen something that you created. There is something about that resonates. And I don't view that as like a superficial thing. I view that as like there's something really surreal about the fact that you are creating something that could have so many eyeballs on the thing that you created. So yeah, so there's that feeling. But I think the crazy part for me was that, and this made me appreciate, I guess, the concept of viral content at times. It was really cool to see a video spread, especially if it's a positive video. It's different if you're spreading something that goes viral because it's like spreading some kind of angry sentiment or whatever. But anyways, when it's positive, it was really cool to see that your video was traveling around the world. So I remember the video went viral, and then like one moment I could tell that it was in the Philippines because like everyone was speaking, is it Tagalog or whatever? But like you can see it in the comments, and then the next moment it's like everyone's speaking in Russian, or I don't know, like I'm just picking random countries, but you could actually see it based on the comments coming through from different parts of the world. So that was like such a cool feeling to me that you're literally almost watching it travel around the world and pick up steam or have people having ripple effects. It's like watching someone do the wave at like when the whole crowd does the wave at a stadium, right? So I think something about that made me reassess my generally negative sentiment about viral content, like the kind of general concept most people have when they think of like, oh, you know, social media, and it's like, you know, the addiction, and you know, it's you know, teaching bad whatever, right? Bad addictions and stuff, which I still agree to, but it made me reassess a little bit, like, okay, there are some positive things to the concept of like virality. Elle, you said, was that a point of your connection to the AEU Nikon team? Oh, the UAE. No, it was completely separate. Nikon, I don't think they have any presence on TikTok as far as I can tell. So I don't know if they care about it. I don't know if they dabble in it. I don't think TikTok's really a thing for them. And also keep in mind, having a million or like whatever, so having a viral video, it doesn't like really amount to much in the sense of like I wasn't prepared, right? Like, and that's one thing I had a conversation about this, but because I didn't really know how to use TikTok, when the video went viral, I didn't really know what to do with the new followers. It wasn't like I was constantly creating content on there consistently. So there was no follow-up on my part. It was just like you collected these followers, but then the followers themselves don't necessarily, they're not as valuable of followers as YouTube, right? If someone follows you on YouTube, it means it's someone most likely who's willing to watch long-form content from you, which is meaningful for advertisers and all that kind of stuff. And that's also the reason why you can get paid more from the ad dollars and all that. Whereas with TikTok and like Instagram Reels as well, the type of, people who watch your content, they're there for like 5-second content, generally speaking. So, yeah, just keep that in mind as well. And then you said, it's kind of overwhelming. I delete comments that's not in English because most of them were just like, my monitor have more FPS than your camera. Listen, no, don't delete comments, man. Leave it be. All engagement is good engagement, except for the things that break TOS and all that for sure. But yeah, let it be, right? Because it's like, as long as you don't take... and yeah, I think the one thing that made me realize I can be a content creator, let's say, is like I generally don't feel too offended by most things, or I don't take things too close to heart. So if someone says a bad thing about me or whatever, I generally speaking won't let it ruin my day. I'll let it wash past me. Like, it'll hit me in different ways for sure. I'm not saying I'm immune to criticism that's like offensive or whatever. But yeah, you just let it wash past. It's meaningless to have some random person say random things about you. But in the flip side, it's good engagement, right? Then it's like the algorithm is seeing that someone has spent the time to leave a comment, which then means it'll, promote it to other people, thinking that this is an engaging piece of content. So yeah, leave it be, leave it. You said, should I make a lens click comparison? Yeah, if there was one thing that I learned from that, it was like I need to make sure the foundation is there first. So even for me, when it came to YouTube, I post my YouTube shorts from all the other like Instagram and stuff like that. But I realized like I need to make sure the foundation is strong first before something goes viral, because I don't want to miss that opportunity again, where if something I make goes viral and I'm not prepared, then you just waste that potential, right? If you have 1 million eyeballs watching your content right now, that means you have the increased chance of people double clicking on your profile or just wanting to learn a little bit more about you, right? Percentage wise, you're going to have, hundreds at least, or thousands or whatever. So then what can you do with that brief amount of time to make sure that they will follow through with some key action, like a call to action or doing something else, right? So yeah, you should just keep making content at this point is what I would say. So yeah, why not make a follow-up and then just keep doing that? Because then hopefully that means if while your video is still viral, someone might then be able to go from that video and then click into the next video you make and so on and so forth. And someone who follows you will see that new content is being made, so then it just kind of reinforces the reason that they should continue following you. Hold on, let me keep working here. 1 second. I think I stabilized this already. You said, well, I deleted so people are included so it's not divided in groups in terms of languages instead of one big comment section, if you understand what I mean. I kind of do, but I kind of don't. Because the other thing is, for a viral video like that, where you get to a point where like the comments are a mess, right? You've seen other videos you watch that are viral, and then you're only being floated certain comments, and the next person who opens up the comments might see something completely different. So it's not like everyone's seeing the exact same thing. So I do think like these platforms, their algorithms and the way they're structured are smart enough to kind of recognize not to put the same kind of comments to each person. So they do, I think, cater a little bit of like which comments get presented or floated up. So if some people are typing in a different language, maybe only people from that country or who speak that language are the ones who will see those comments show up first, whereas someone who speaks whatever, English or whatever else will see something different. So I don't necessarily think it makes sense to delete them. You should just let it all play out. I mean, that's what I say. Without really knowing your circumstance, I think that's what I would do. Oh, good job on winning 2,000 PPs. And then you can make a follow-up, or you say like, this video got me 1 million views in 1 week, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I don't know. See, that's what I'm saying, like, ride the high, because that is so cool. Like, congrats, like, to do that. Clearly you made content that resonated in a world of, like, you know, how difficult is it to make viral content? It's, you know, everyone has a phone. Everyone makes content, can make content. So competition is tough. Oh, good catch. Oh, you know what? Actually, bad catch. That is one thing I noticed when I was observing these chimps. Their hand-eye coordination is so bad. I was like, maybe this is something they have in common with humans. Because I feel like every other animal in the animal kingdom, like predators and all that kind of stuff, they're probably the type where they should be able to catch these things. You know, their hand-eye coordination must be really good. And then I'm watching these chimps, and a number of occasions when something's chucked at them, they never catch it. It's not like they're football players or you see them one-handed snatch something from the air. They do the exact same thing I would do, where it's like you look at the look on their face, they're panicking, they put their arms down thinking they're going to catch it, and of course it slips through. So they are very human. Ellie said, I've thought about getting a good old 5D Mark II. Would you do that? I personally wouldn't, because I don't really shoot with any other camera besides Nikon. I don't know. Don't you have... How many cameras do you have, though, at this point? I feel like you have every collection. Because at this point, instead of buying a new camera, if you already have a functioning camera, like one that you use for, you know, you're making money and stuff like that, I feel like that you should probably use your money for something else, right? You have 9. Damn, that's crazy. Like, I would feel like maybe it's better to invest in, I don't know, a tripod, a gimbal, lighting equipment. Or now that you've got this taste of like this crazy viral video, maybe you're like, okay, I should invest in, especially since you have 9 cameras, maybe instead of buying a new camera, I should buy like the arm mounts, you know, like create like a mount where you can put one of your cameras as an overhead shot. So then the next time you make one of these videos, you've got the camera always prepared, pointing down, and then you just film. Or even if it's not a camera, your iPhone can be attached and point down. So then now you take care of that. I feel like that's a better investment than, I don't know. You've got more than enough cameras now. All right, I'm multitasking here. I'm still waiting to hear back from my editor on this next video. You said it's 700 Dimir. I don't know what that. I don't know what currency that is. Dim here. For 20 MP and for dedicated studio camera. Yeah, I guess, yeah, if you... Huh. Oh, because you don't have a single full frame. Do you need a full frame? Oh, 700 dirhams. Oh, that's not bad at all. That's not bad. 700 dirhams. That's like 200 bucks, 250 bucks, something like that for a camera. 20 megapixel dedicated studio camera. I don't know, but it's not a big loss if I end up not using it much. True, true. I don't know. I still feel like, look, you got 9 freaking cameras, man. I think it's just I think you need a better supporting cast for your cameras now. Even if it means selling some of those cameras, I don't know. But I think stick with your 9, sure. I guess there's something nice about having 10. So, you know, there's a emotional appeal to hit that 10 number. Get that double digit. But I don't know. Even for like, let's say 700 dirhams, or if you have like 200, 300 bucks, that could buy you what? Oh man, you with that kind of money, you can also buy like an Insta360 Go 3 camera and just clip it on to your hat, and then you can do point of view shots. I don't know, you can do some fun stuff. But yeah, honestly, I would say with that money, you can get a tripod, or yeah, like desk mounts to put some lighting or put the cameras, and then it just makes the next videos you make so much easier, right? I have one of those now, so I don't know if you can see it, but oh yeah, I moved it out of the way. But yeah, I have that little pole that's attached to my desk, and it's got a mid mount here, and I can attach more things. And I've attached one light to the very top one, and then the middle one I can attach my camera for like product overview overhead shots, and it works nicely. That was a good investment. And that's actually let's see if I can show it real quick, because that's what I did for this. Not this. So yeah, then I was able to shoot everything like this. One thing I haven't figured out though, there must be a proper technique with like when it comes to where do you place the lights so that it doesn't cast shadows incorrectly and stuff. So I was like just hand holding the light source at times as I was putting the camera up. But yeah, this obviously frees up your hands. You've got a permanent fixture, so you can always just attach your camera there without worrying. And then yeah, you end up getting more professional kind of shots, I guess. Beautiful camera, the Nikon ZR. Still not a fan of the power button though. I mean, it feels nice. I like the glow and everything, but I prefer the switch. I prefer a haptic, like a physical switch, to let me know for a fact the camera is on or off. Okay. Just let's see. I don't know, but it's not a big loss if I end up not using it much. Yep. Always possible to flip it. I have a $500 tripod. Oh, that's decent. Or a monopod. Gotcha. Or I could get a Sennheiser wireless profile. I'm a fan of the Rhodes. I'm a fan of the DJI mics. Actually, I think I just saw something recent. Is there a new DJI mic mini? DJI mic mini, is that the thing that just came out in the news? News. I tried DJI's mic mini. That's TikTok famous. Here's why it's worth it. Okay. Yeah, so I did see recently some random, shorts pop up about this. But I'm a big fan of the DJI Mic 2. I don't know how this compares to the DJI Mic 2. Okay. All right, so Mic 2 is still better. Man, the Mic 2 is fantastic. You get that 32-bit flow audio, on the recording device itself. You can hook it up quite easily. It works. It is super intuitive. Yeah. What's the other one I really like? Or Hollyland. There's a new mic from Hollyland where I was like, oh shit, I might need to get this if I have money for it. Okay, Lark M2S. M2S, is this it? Right now you have the Rode video mic, the old base model. Just diffuse the light enough. Yeah, but yeah, I didn't have like a good diffusing mechanism, so. DJI, you're not a fan. In general, is very gritty and harsh at the top end. Well, yeah, I guess maybe. But, I mean, it depends what you're working on, right? Because it's like, unless you're doing some... Okay, with my limited experience, the audio that I captured with the DJI Mic 2, I've ended up being able to use it for very professional interview settings. I used it for this documentary film as well. And so I think most people will not distinguish. Yeah, I guess it just depends what kind of quality of work or professional work that you're trying to get out there. But the DJI Mic 2, I liked it. It's got, you know, especially with that 32-bit float. So then I never had to worry about the clippings. And also the form factor is so small. But then, okay, I think this is the one I heard about, or I saw this recently. Yeah, now talk about, oh, and then the fact that it's got no logos on it. This one I might actually need to end up buying for like future trips. Because then you can clip this on. It's such a low profile. And I've used, I have Hollyland Lark M1, I think. Or is it Lark M2? I have the and they work really well. Works with your iPhone, works with your cameras. Now the thing is though, it doesn't record on its own. So that's where the DJI Mic 2 is so nice. You turn on the built-in recording, let it go, and it records up to like, I think like 6 hours or something. But this thing, the profile, like the form factor is tiny. You said try and look up the Sennheiser one? Okay, Sennheiser, what is the name of the Sennheiser one? Sennheiser wireless profile? Okay, let me look that up in a second. First, let me just, since I'm on this website. Yeah, like no branding, no logos, tiny ass clip. Yeah, so super discreet. And I think for me personally, I like that. And oh yeah, and the other thing I like about it, it's one piece. So the one thing, because I have lost some of these before, that magnetic piece that you put on the back of it, it can sometimes snap off, right? Just depends on whatever is happening, the friction that's involved. To have this as a single piece, that's really nice. .24-bit. Yeah, I think this is, like, I feel like this is something I might need to invest in for my travels. Just like to have as like a quick and easy boom. Although, you know, with the new Nikon ZR, maybe I don't need it at all because the quality's so good. But yeah. Anyways. BD. Oh, wait, so try and look up. I like the Sennheiser wireless profile. Oh, that's the one that that's the one L was just mentioning. You said I got sent one profile wireless, and then L, you got sent one from one of the retailers we do business with. Nice, man. The connections. You got the hookups. There's also the Shure Move mic that I've heard great stuff about. Okay, hold on. We got two things to look up now. So now the both of you have mentioned Sennheiser. Oh my God, how the hell do you spell that? Sennheiser wireless profile, and then the Shure Move mic. Okay, let's just check this out. Jesus. Okay, this looks. Wait, maybe they're tricking me with the size. This looks massive. But that's probably just, yeah, this is the picture. Okay, okay. Dude, oh, it's tiny. Why does this look like a vape? Is this some kind of a... It's all-in-one. Multi-purpose. Okay, so you hook it up, nice. Okay. When it comes to the ergonomics, or when it comes to the look and feel, I will say this is probably the ugliest one. Yeah, maybe the ugliest. But if it's Sennheiser, I imagine it must be like excellent quality. Oh, that's cool. Oh, I see. So these like slot in. Gotcha, gotcha. Wait, do they not have videos? I see. Okay, so I guess it's similar to the DJI Mic 2 in size. Oh, interesting. Oh, that's kind of innovative. Wait, so that case can also be the mic? What do? You attach this into the top here, and then that becomes the mic? Ellie said, instead of saying Sennheiser, try saying Sennheiser. Sennheiser. Okay, I'll try. Sennheiser. Sennheiser, I hardly know her. The thing poking out is for labs, if I remember correctly. Okay. The charging case doubles as a hand. Yeah, okay, yeah, BD, that's what I was just, that's what I just recognized. I was like, yo, that's kind of smart. But I'm assuming it only works because you have to have the mic attached inside, which makes sense, but, oh, it's German. Okay. What do you say? Sennheiser. It gives you the ability to connect mics with the Sennheiser termination. Yo, BD, you're going to have to dumb down the language for me. What is a Sennheiser termination? We're learning. TRS twist lock is why it's sticking out. Interesting. So this feels okay. Just briefly from looking at this, it feels like this is more for professionals, whereas the ones that I was looking at, or even the DJI Mic 2, are maybe more like prosumers like me. But this feels like it could be meant for like, yeah, full-on commercial things. But you know what? With that said, look, I've been really happy with that DJI Mic 2. Yeah, I've been really happy with it. Like, to capture that 32-bit float with the built-in recording, the backup recording. Also, I will say their website is also not as good. I feel like, not that it should matter, although, I mean, it does matter. It should matter. Like your presentation and everything, right? I feel like Hollyland seems to do a bit better job of like selling their product here. And they're putting all the key messages for me to actually see. Ah, I see. Is a twist lock. Rode Sennheiser is professional. Hollyland is trying. DJI is consumer. Oh wait, so you're saying Hollyland is more professional than DJI? I didn't know that. Or I've only worked with Hollyland for these like wireless mics, right? Which in my opinion, I assumed was more for consumers, not like for professional stuff. And it does a good job. But the DJI Mic 2 is technically more powerful than the Lark that I was using. But maybe I'm looking at the wrong products. So, oh yeah, I know Hollyland has this whole thing where I've used it on a few shoots with Nikon where you put the headset on and then you're able to communicate with each other, and that was really cool. Because yeah, like there's a few times where like with a group or when we're in different boats or different locations in different Jeeps, we can like talk to each other, be like, hey, blah blah blah, make sure to get this shot. All right, wireless mics. Lark Max 2. Okay. Damn. Okay, I can't spend more money. Okay, so it has what? 32-bit float. Four transmitters? Damn. You said from what I experienced, Hollyland started with video monitors. BD, well, different mics, lavs, or headsets are terminated for specific connectors for wireless systems. Sennheiser uses a 3.5 millimeter locking connector. Shure uses a TA4F. Lectrosonics, that's a cool name, uses TA5F. And Sound Devices, which we prefer nowadays, uses a 3-pin LEMO. So when you order lavs or headsets, you have to get them terminated for the system you're going to use. Wow. Well, thank you, Beatty, for being here, because I feel like I'm being lectured to in the best ways possible. We're learning. So terminated. Okay. Although I'm the type of person, I'm the type of student that forgets everything the next day. So what's microport again in terms of those? Let's put some of this music back on. Yeah, you know what? That's, oh man, that's another thing I have to think about. Okay, this is going to be, as we try to be ambitious with things and manifest the future, in my near future, when we finally lock in that film project, like we travel somewhere, we've got the money, and we're going to make some project in like a month or something of traveling. When we do that in the near future, there is going to be this thing where I'm going to have to do a lot of research to figure out what is the best gear that I need to either rent or purchase myself for this shoot as well as future ones. So then that might mean, okay, I need to now level up from the DJI Mic 2 that I'm using, which, you know, L is laughing at me for because it's more consumer model. Fine, fair enough. I hear you. So then I have to figure out what is that more, you know, professional one that I need. What are like different types? Yeah. So anyways, there's going to be a whole world where I need to start learning about other types of accessories and gears that I probably need to invest in if I'm going to make like a professional travel film, and not just once, but consistently. Ooh, it's got a hot shoe adapter. Okay. The termination is the plug, like in USB or aux for everyday speak. Gotcha. There is a termination called a microdot where you can adapt to different systems, but it comes loose quite easily. Okay. Looks like the internet is not so good on this one. Shure Move Mic. Let's check out this one. Okay, so my only knock... Well, I think one, the mic is a little bit ugly in terms of its look and feel. It very much reminds me of a vape. Not that I vape, but it looks like one. And then the website itself. The presentation needs a little bit of work. All right, let's look at the Shure. See, now we're talking. Now we're talking like... I'm laughing kind of because I'm semi-joking, because like, obviously presentation doesn't necessarily mean better quality, but that does look nice. Feels like an Apple website. Okay, I do like this one better. In terms of, I'm not a big fan of those big ass wind muffs, you know, because then you got this puffy little, you got a poof ball on your chest or whatever. This one feels a bit more discreet. Man, that's a big ass profile though. Professional world uses sound devices. Okay, we're gonna look at that one then. Sound devices. We want to be professional, okay? That is our aspiration. Electrosonics had a big foothold, but they are starting to get phased out. What about Wizicom? Wizicom is big for theater applications. Okay. Press release. Tell me more. Sound devices. Oh, this is not recent. And before the summer, announced the acquisition of JH Audio. Yo, why is my internet so slow? What's going on? Hopefully my connection's fine. Astral TX. Okay, a wireless transmitter. A kaleidoscope. man. I think there's too much for me to learn about audio stuff. Right now, I'm just using my simple old Scarlett Focusrite audio interface, okay? But with my beautiful Electro, what is it, RE20. All right, I might have gone too down this rabbit hole. We're just going to click a few more times, and then I need to get back to... Also, it's almost 10 p.m. Okay, so I'll take a mental note that sound devices is really the one I should be looking at for the future. But what's so wrong about DJI mic 2? Pocket size. Look, it says Pro, okay? It's for pros. But yeah, that poof ball always looks ugly. 32-bit float. 14-hour internal recording? Come on. How crazy is that? What is the... Okay, you know what? Let's ask ChatGPT as well. What is the best, most professional, and highest quality wireless microphone setup or product that I should consider as a traveler, travel filmmaker? I use the DJI Mic 2 right now. What is better than that?
So given that you're already using the DJI Mic 2, which is actually a pretty solid piece of kit, one step up that a lot of travel filmmakers consider is something like the Sennheiser AVX system or the Rode Wireless Pro. Both of these are kind of top tier in terms of audio quality, range, and overall reliability. The Sennheiser AVX is known for having a really professional, clean sound, and it's super easy to just plug into your camera or recorder without a ton of fuss. The Rode Wireless Pro is also really good because it offers things like onboard recording and is just super flexible and high quality. So if you want to level up a bit from the DJI Mic 2, those two are definitely worth looking into for your travel filmmaking setup.
How does Hollyland rank in terms of these brands for audio stuff?
So Hollyland is actually pretty well regarded, especially for people who want a nice balance between quality and budget. They're kind of like a middle ground. They don't necessarily hit like the absolute top tier of Sennheiser or maybe the newer Rode Wireless Pro, but they do offer really good quality, good range, and reliable audio transmission. So if you're looking at Hollyland, it's definitely a solid contender, especially if you want something that's a bit more affordable but still professional enough for your travel filmmaking.
Okay, but if I'm saying my current needs is ideally I have something that's portable, durable, long battery, has 32-bit float audio, can easily connect with the hot shoe on the cameras, but can also be used for dedicated interviews or other types of professional setups, let's say. What is the absolute best product that I should be using for that very, very professional, high-end documentary, travel, filmmaking needs, as well as usability?
Absolutely. So with all those specifics in mind, portability, durability, long battery life, 32-bit float recording, and easy hot shoe compatibility, you're basically describing something like the Rode Wireless Pro or a similarly high-end system that really ticks all those boxes. Right now, the Rode Wireless Pro is kind of the go-to for that top-tier flexibility. It's got the 32-bit float internal recording, which is great because it means you have a lot of headroom in your audio. It also works well with camera hot shoes, has strong battery life, and it's really durable. If you wanted to look at another competitor on that level, you could look at something from Sound Devices or Tentacle Sync for really high-end audio gear, but for that nice mix of portability and high-end features, the Rode Wireless Pro is probably your best bet.
Okay. So BD said, WYSICOM. You utilize it for over fiber, and that is used everywhere. With DPA heads are top tier, not necessarily they're wireless. Okay. Given most of my experience is mainly in the North American markets, there are schools of thought and what people prefer to use. L uses the Sennheiser E865 currently at work. Wow, we're learning so much today. So overwhelming. Okay, so now apparently the Rode, where was it? Rode Wireless Pro is the one that's being recommended as the top tier-ish. So if my internet can hold up for me, we'll check this out. This is also one of my favorite thumbnail shots. So I kind of want to use this for some YouTube video. It's just like a nice look. Hopefully, yeah, right around here. So we shifted a little bit to the left, so it's a bit better balanced, but you got that chimp just kind of looking at you. You got one off in the distance. Nice lighting. Look at that smirk. Okay, looks good. BD said most of our stage and concert productions as well as events are mainly Shure Accent Digital, but seeing a lot of the sound devices Astral slip in, it's amazing. Oh man, I think it's like my favorite thing to do is like gadget shopping, or no, window shopping, I guess, because we're not really buying them. All right, we don't have infinite money cheat code. Okay, so the Rode Wireless Pro. I need like a table that just gives me a nice comparison between this and the DJI Mic 2. Okay, so 32-bit float. $40 hours of onboard recording time? Yo. Okay, that's impressive. Locking 3.5 millimeter headphone monitor. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's impressive. But listen, we're locked in already. We got our DJI Mic 2. It served us well. No need to switch over. I'll wait for the next big product to launch, and then maybe we'll consider. Especially since you don't have to switch out systems when you go overseas. Since Astral has wide tuning ranges. Gotcha, gotcha. Man, it's really impressive. BD, can you remind me, what did you study in university or things like that? I don't know. Did you have to like study? I feel like this is something you have to like spend time like understanding like sound engineering, or I don't know. I just don't feel like anyone just picks up this knowledge. It seems like it's something that requires a lot of experience or schooling. You say, I dropped out 2 times. I hate school. Well, you loved it enough to try again. So there's that. Well, that's impressive. Yeah, to me, was I saying this the other day? where it's like I feel like oh yeah, because I was mentioning business school. So in my world, because I studied more economics, my whole career I guess was more like in the corporate space of doing typical kind of things, I guess. Not really typical, but you know, like business development, presentations, marketing, Excel spreadsheets, that kind of stuff. But yeah, a lot of my friends, obviously, they would go into like investment banking or consulting or whatever, just stuff like that. But then they would spend, spend time going into business school. And to me, I just never saw the value in business school per se, at least for like the areas of interest that I had. But it's good for networking. I think that's the main thing. It's like you meet other ambitious people, people who are like-minded or kind of going the same direction industry-wise. And so then that leads to new opportunities or just better connections that can, help you in the future, I guess. But otherwise, it's an expensive use of your time. All knowledge is from apprenticing and practical experience. Nice. Maybe that, BD, is that how you get into that world? Like, would I need to reach out to someone and be like, hey, can I be an apprentice? Can I intern as like a, whatever, like just to learn how to film make, like understanding like how to record, how to be the camera guy or whatever other roles that exist in that directing world. Or, you know what, I guess in this space, I hear there's a few people in our chat who mentioned that they're like a director of photography. And it's like, okay, how do you enter into that world if you're someone like me who has not studied it or anything? L, you said, if you want the top of the line, get time code with an Shorps M kit with the Zoom F3. Might be overkill. I mean, I want to kill myself just trying to say that out loud. Shorps M kit with the Zoom F3. Shorps M kit Zoom F3. Oh, Shopes. Not I don't know why I said it like, oh yeah, Shopes. A Shopes kit Zoom F3 is not a single product, but refers to a Zoom F3 field recorder. A field recorder, interesting. BD says, I love the Shopes Super CMIT, but the F3 is great. Wow. I'm like dabbling in this world. What is going on? Damn, look at those colorful shotgun mics. Wow. Hello, BC. Welcome.
Hello. It's Friday Eve.
Well, thank you, Gnome Voice. What's up, Brandon? Good to see you here, man. We've been having a... Wait, it's a Friday? Oh, I guess almost for me, yeah. I was like, wait, what? You scared me. It's like time flew. Yes, it is 10 p.m. my time. Almost Friday for me. But yeah, welcome. Brandon, I was going to say, because I saw the photos that you had posted in the Discord. Super cool, man. Let me see. Where is it? Can we just pop this open on screen? On stream? Oh, also, I added a teleprompter to the setup here. But the teleprompter acts as an additional screen. It's one of those Elgato teleprompters. So now I can look here at the chat. So yeah, more direct. Zoom has had horrific reliability and support, but apparently they are getting better with the past 2 years. Yeah, so BC, just to catch you up, I don't know when you just tuned in, but we did a little detour. I'm learning a lot about audio stuff from BD and Elthing in the chat. So, but yeah, so I'm just opening up a few of the photos that BC had shared. Also, my internet connection doesn't seem to be the best right now. Man, these are super cool. Like I said, Brandon, at some point in the future, I would love to film this. So wait, are you allowed as a citizen, as a nobody, a scrub, who doesn't know the feeling of having X number of G-force or whatever you call that applied to the body? Am I allowed to be sitting in one of these like back seats and have a camera with me or do you have to go through rigorous training and yeah. BC said, just now I've been busy at work today. Nice, nice. Would you rather trust the task cam? Is LL is asking. Task cam. When you come to Florida, you're coming with me? Awesome. Yeah, I appreciate that, man. BD says sound device 833, 888, or Scorpio. Oh my god. How do you guys have a brain? It's amazing to me because clearly I don't have this thing called a brain because my brain is yeah, it's a sieve, right? Things just leak out of it in every direction. How do you guys have all this knowledge of the different cameras, the models, things like that? Then you've got this crazy knowledge in depth about different microphones and the branding. I've lost track of all the brands you guys have said in the different letterings and sound devices. 833, 888, Scorpio, this. I don't know. Impressive stuff, guys. Tascam is a joke in my eyes. Tascam. Brandy said, as long as the pilot is good with taking you up. Gotcha. Yeah, these are cool, man. Vintage. Nice. I like how this plane has two balls, essentially. It looks like it's got a pair. Wow, what a setup. So this must have been... Like, I'm just wondering, like, the behind the scenes of how do you get these vintage cars here? Unless, are you telling me this is like a toy car? And it's like a... Yeah. That's cool. Yeah, it'd be fun to film all this. But, yeah. So crazy. Nice, man. BC, you said hold. I'm assuming you meant hold on. L, you said Yobel, it's work. True, sure, but still, I mean, it's impressive. You know, it's a lot of knowledge that you're retaining around these topics. I'm saying it's impressive because compared to me, because knowing that my ability to remember all kinds of random facts and stuff like that is like, it's no good, no bueno. So. Oh, wow, that's intense. Wait, is that Jane Goodall? Wait, that would be so crazy if... That kind of looks like her, right? It could be any old lady, I guess, but... You know what? We're going to say this is Jane Goodall, because this looks like it could be Uganda. And if it is Jane Goodall... Either what a coincidence that we were talking about her. Obviously, she passed away today or yesterday. Or maybe this company, Shopes, they immediately jumped to when they heard the news and like, we got to update our website. Let's put Jane Goodall in our thing. BD said the 6 series, 7 series sound device systems are all fantastic. Okay. Don't get me started on stage equipment then. Look at the video I just Discord DM'd you. Gotcha. Yo, what's up, Ikidis? I was going to make the same D's nuts joke, but you know what? We've said it enough times. 3 times is enough. Welcome, Ikidis, to the chat. Okay, let's check out this thing. We're taking a detour from doing work stuff. We've been learning about audio stuff. So this whole time, I've been playing with amateur stuff. I thought this was super good. This Lark... and then also I used my DJI mic too. And BD and L in the chat have been just laughing at me, being like, haha, you pleb. Let me show you what's real. And so we've been going down a bit of a rabbit hole here. And again, shout out to Jane Goodall, the legend, RIP. BC, you said something to me where? DM'd. Okay, let me see. Dun, dun, dun. Wait, where? Whoops. Are you sure? Are you sure you sent it to me? I don't see it. All right. In the meantime, I'm gonna get back to this, but yeah, let me know. It was too big. Ha ha ha. You know what I will say to that. Lurking away. Well, I appreciate you being here, Ikidis. Ikidis, I wonder if you're streaming today. I know you have like a certain schedule, right? Let me see. We're lurking, so obviously don't have to answer. I'll check myself. We're gonna do a bit of, she's lurking, I'm stalking. Ikidis. Dun, 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 dun. Next stream will be Thursday, October 2nd. Oh, okay, so that's today. Well, maybe we'll be able to check out your stream then. Oh wait, I missed a few messages. Do the joke. Well, it's too late now. Finger guns. You know what? I've been rewatching South Park, so I read that as finger bang. Great episode, by the way. South Park is epic. BD, I'm pretty sure that Shopes has had that image on their site for quite a while. Well then, what a coincidence. Again, I don't know. Maybe I'm mixing up my old white ladies, but I believe that is Jane Goodall. Or it looks like her. It seems like of all the old white ladies that look like Jane Goodall, that would be presented on a professional website that has this crazy ass, professional mic thing going on, I feel like it's probably her that's being recorded and filmed for something. It was too big. Oh, that's what BC said. Ellie said, Yobel and BD, have you guys heard about Gringo Digital? I'm laughing that you would include me in that. I haven't heard of anything, okay? I don't know shit. I know shit about shit. Gringo Digital. Gringo, like the Spanish word? Gringo. Discover our digital wireless intercom system. Jesus, we're going down some kind of rabbit hole here. Kiddos, you did say you're streaming shortly. Nice. Got me a video to edit this evening. Oh, well, that's cool. When you say you're streaming shortly, how far away are we talking before you stream? Quick trying to make me accept all the cookies. We need to talk. Gringo Digital. No, thank you. God, this website is ass. I get that they're called Gringo, so they got to use green, but also their name, Gringo. Isn't that like a bad term? Gringo Spanish. Is that like a derogatory term for a white man or American person? The most common meaning of gringo is a foreigner. Okay, but I think it's used derogatory, negatively, whatever. Oh wait, but there's also a phrase called green go, similar to the company name. A popular but unsubstantiated myth claims the term arose during the Mexican-American War, when Mexicans shouted green go at American soldiers in green uniforms. Gotcha. Yeah, this green's got to go. How about that? Never heard of Rydell. They're big over here. In like 5 minutes. Oh, nice. Ikidis. Okay. RTS within trucks. Well, Ikidis, if you are streaming, maybe, you know what? If you are streaming right now, you probably can't hear me. Because I need to also hop off stream because there's a few things I need to take care of off stream. So maybe this is also a good time for us to pass the baton to an epic creator, Ikidis. Yeah? I don't know if she's streaming though. Honestly, I'm just too noob at Twitch to really figure that out. Let's try to figure this out. Wow, what a day, guys. What a day. We were somewhat productive. When we were productive, we were productive. When we were distracted, we were truly distracted. And I think that's a lesson in life, right? You got to be all in on whatever you're doing. When you sleep, sleep well. I don't know where I'm going with this, but yeah, what a day. Ikidis is not live yet. Damn it. Okay. Well then, no, that's not a bad thing. We have work to do still. Yeah, you know what, Elthing and BD, firstly, thank you guys for expanding my mind, but then also blowing it up with too much. I'm not going to remember any of these things. RTS within trucks, use the term terminating for these little cable plugs or whatever. Rydell, Shopes, sound device, Sennheiser. That one I knew, I just didn't pronounce it correctly. Yeah, wow, what a day to learn. BC, Discord DMs, you said. Okay. Oh, and I see it now, yeah. Oh. You need access. Where's my freaking mouse? BC, my access was denied. What the hell, man? All right, is there anything else we can learn about Jane Goodall on the day to remember her? Well, let's just Google her real quick. Jane Goodall. Yeah, I said this at the start of the stream, but talk about people that have, as far as we know, right? Maybe something will pop up, but to have someone who was such a force of change, positive change, and somehow escaped the limelight of controversy. All right, can BC, can I play this video? Okay, approved. L thing, he said, time to go to work in 40 minutes and listen to a lovely Beta 52A. What? What is a Beta 52A? BC, am I able to play this on stream? Let me know. Famed primatologist. There's a word for that? I didn't know that. Primatologist and conservationist dies at 891. I would have loved to be her photographer. Man, can you... How amazing. Because I don't know if people believe me or not, but like I said this before, I don't like being the person on camera. I actually enjoy being the photographer or the camera guy. So if there was someone else who was like the star or the brand personality, whatever, I would absolutely love just being the camera guy behind the scenes, just trying to capture the moment of that person with whatever they're doing. So if I could have been the photographer to capture these things for her, oh man, that would have been a dream job, really. Yeah, what a life. What a life, you know? Okay, I'm pretty sure that's Jane Goodall from that website we were just on. Shoot, did I exit it? Where are you? Okay, I'm pretty sure that was Jane Goodall, though. You can play it on stream? Okay. It's a kick mic. Oh. And people are weird and utilize them for other weird things. Is she the equivalent of Sir David Attenborough? No. I wouldn't go that far. I think she's... Well, no, yeah, they're like in completely different ball games. Actually, I don't know. Isn't Sir David Attenborough, isn't he just an actor? Not to say just, but isn't he an actor? Who does like advocacy through like, you know, being the voice narrator and stuff. Oh wait, no, he's a biologist? What? Wait. I did not know who this man was. Holy shit. This whole time I thought he was an actor. I thought he was like a Morgan Freeman, where like an actor has a distinct voice, and so then that voice was used for all the Nat Geo or like Planet Earth stuff. You're telling me I completely did not know who he was. British broadcaster, biologist, natural historian, and writer. Oh shit. What the hell? Yo, he has my birthday and he's 99 years old. Holy crap. This dude's 99? Also, he has my birthday. How cool is that? I didn't know. Why is Attenborough so famous? He helped invent the natural history documentary. I didn't know any of this. Damn. Okay, so maybe there is some similarities. Okay, where is that video? Whoa. Wait, is that a transparent oh my god. Dude. I saw someone do this with like a Cybertruck, and I was like, yo, that's got to be illegal, right? Because if you're like driving in a vehicle that's a perfect mirror where it almost looks like it's see-through, or like it could just look damn confusing. Dude, that's insane. I need an airport hangar-sized photography studio. I'm sure it'll cost me a pretty penny, but if I can somehow get a big-ass studio like this, man. So wait, BC, you're saying I can just like hop in one of these planes or these jets or whatever as a passenger if the pilot allows for it? That's all? There's no... Do I have to like sign some waivers or something? I don't know. We use the SM58. I've heard of that one, I think. Is that the Shure SM58? Shure SM58. I think I've heard of that one specifically. SM57, Beta 52A, SM96, Beta 56, and Beta 87 at work on the stage. Wow. It's polished aluminum. They did this with planes back in World War II. Oh, so like just to make them less visible, I guess. 4-person live band, damn. Depends on the pilot. Also, hi. Oh, what's up, Cyronius? Hello, hello. Welcome, Cyronius. We've been having a chill day. I did get a bit of work done, but then we've been checking out some cool videos. So BC sent this over. So is this where you work, BC? Dude, that's a cool looking... That looks like a... What does it make me think of? It makes me think of some kind of bird. Damn. I lost it. Yeah. I would love to be in this plane. This might be the way I die, but that would be a good way to die, you know, being in one of these fighter jets that crashes. This is one of my new photography clients. Gotcha, gotcha. Oh, damn, that's cool. Oh, Cyronius, Audio Tech, what's up? Yeah, man, BD and L-Thing have been blowing my mind with all this knowledge about audio stuff. So, the 58 never fails, but a lot of FOH and artists like the SE Electronics capsule or handheld. You know what? I at least know, going forward, I'm going to reach out to BD, L-Thing, and Cyronius. When I eventually want to do like IRL streaming, I will have to reach out to you guys all at once to be like, hey, what audio stuff do I need? How do I make it all work? Especially when I travel. I don't know. There's so much I have to figure out. Okay. Well, hello, Cyronius. I am thinking this is probably a good time, though, for me to hop off. And I believe Ikidis is available right now. And I don't know why I said it that way. I believe she's live right now. Let me see. Following? Yes, she is. Okay, cool. So I think this is a good time. We're going to go and give her a raid to show some appreciation. She's super lovely. I like her streams as well. So, and super supportive. So what else? The DPA 4018VL. Oh, Christ. So yeah, see, audio products are no different. Why? What are these numbers? What do they mean? Do you really have to say 4018? Maybe there is actually a good reason for that. So in which case I apologize. But 4018VL, who's going to remember that? Besides you guys, because you guys are audio nerds. Yeah, the Shure thing I've heard of, though. The Shure SM58. Cyronius, I just set up SFTP for him to send images to post live on his stream. The audio... Yo, that sounds so impressive. Okay. Yeah, like I said, I know who I'm going to reach out to when I need these kind of support. Okay. I think I should be able to raid now, although if it doesn't work, I apologize. I think I've been having a little bit of network issues just now in the past 30 minutes or so. But thank you guys for being here. I do appreciate it. Thank you again to... oh, man. Why can't I think of the name right now? Oh, yeah. Well, Low Base, thank you for gifting that sub to Obi-Wan. And then... I apologize. On YouTube side. YouTube. Oh, my God. Am I running out of time? Where did it go? Okay. It's going to be too late. But anyways, thank you guys. I appreciate it. And hopefully... Is the raid going to happen? Why can't I find anything? There it is. Okay, I think it's going to hop over. So let me just type in a message at least. Da, da, da. Thank you guys for a lovely stream. I think we are rating now. And then how do I check? Did we raid? Why is everything not working now? Basically, I just lost all my browser stuff that I had open. Let me try again just in case. I don't know if you guys are still here, but just in case, let me go and hit this raid button again. Start raid. Okay, it did work. All right, well, thank you very much. Sorry, guys. I had some technical difficulties at the very end there, so appreciate everyone on the YouTube and Kick side as well.